your path. Very overconfidently. Rolls. It's like rolling downhill. Recklessly. Up till the moment that you shipwreck, you find that you had built up a ship, a metaphysical object that you're presuming to be piloting, but it actually wrecked. You weren't really piloting it. Or maybe you were, but you could not prevent the wreck. It didn't matter. You weren't piloting it to the degree that you could prevent the wreck. So you have to oscillate from this overconfident steadiness to shipwreck. That's the basic feeling. That's the basic shape of aliveness wave. I had said I wanted to devote a small particle of conversation toward this down part that you have to go to and visit. And the reason why you have to go there can vary and fluctuate in either just perceived or overall relative severity. You could be looking at something that is societally apocalyptic, or you might not be. It might just be a small crisis, which doesn't actually threaten a large harm, or you could be dealing with a years-long torture experience in the person politics sense that has eroded your sanity and made you increasingly more transparent because you accidentally got more honest the harder everything became after the shipwreck, or as the shipwreck progressed into its full wrecked state, as you made the full descent or tumble out of the height that you'd somehow metaphysically cruised to. Not even thinking the invincible, just literally thinking you have more control. And falsifying it to yourself that what's going on is not gonna run into some form of catastrophe, and do it repeatedly in a way that you will constantly have to be changing ships and improvising ships, or not having a ship at all in some of those times when it wrecks, when you have the immersion complexity fly up and fucking knock you over when you thought there wouldn't be something to come knock you over. There wasn't a means of preparing and preventing the particular knockover that it is, whichever it is, when you hit the shipwreck. So I've been pondering that in a questing bit of a way, like inquisitively. But seeing the whole wave in the terms of the shipwreck metaphysics, makes it a lot more clear what I ever meant by any of what's gained from walking through the suffering all the way down when you're already all the way wrecked, crushed. Then where you are at that point is where you're able to actually perceive the peace feeling. Which seems like a strange a strange entry, like the rectangle you walk through and what you then find yourself within. It doesn't make sense. Your gateless gate metaphor here somehow describes this by saying you entered, you got all the way there and actually crossed over this threshold, and only then get to the heat whispering fierceness of what it really meant to wreck or to ever have the ship, and the nature of your person, truth, your actual peace nature, the one that is voluntary and spontaneous, that you accidentally got closer and closer with. The worse, quantitatively or qualitatively, shit became. To then realize everybody's running around refusing to think about living in liveliness and aliveness in terms of what is value, of what is actually worth doing. They're running with an object in their hands, a property gimmick excuse to not think about it, to not consider well-being, to not see the pure sanity logic in the sentence or the assertion that your work is what produces your wellness. Your actions produce a health state. When you are sane, when you've looked through sanity to see how action is organized as an alive being or a member of an organism, your actions bring health. If you're sane. If not, then your actions are silly and self-defeating and infuriating, self-frustration. But there is no alternative. There's no means of not being self-frustrated till you shipwreck sufficiently. And then it's weird. And then it's really, really weird. Because you come up with a question that you can just start literally outputting into every single interaction. That essentially amounts to, what can I possibly do to convey to you that I'm here, that I am a person, that we could have unity to share this information, that I want you to know me. I want you to know about this hell in my shipwreck. Transparently, I'm showing you the 100% truth, because I can't hide it, because it's the cliff I'm hanging on to, it seems, in the way this ship has wrecked. So you arrive at that total liberation of it's falling apart, I'm falling with it as it falls apart, holding on to the parts of it that aren't fallen all the way apart, that can be held onto in such the way that I can. And when all of that does go ahead and fall apart, what I'm then left holding is the bones of the information, what I got out of holding on to it at any of those points. The technique, the physicality, the muscle memory. I've got information, I've got bones. After that, I've got something of value. I watched it happen, and I watched that pattern replay and replay in additional shipwrecks. Hard enough now to comprehend what I meant by thinking that I loved games or play. What that meant. To feel liberty, and then to tie it up into how I can convey the peace. What is the peace? What is the heat whispering feeling? That you're really there. Your person heat. Talking to you slowly. Because that's the only speed. There's no fucking way to hurry it.
Hello. One, Zen is the realization that there is a certain aspect of life that you can't refuse, the aspect of human. Two, you can't get rid of it. You're here. In fact, it is not only you, others are here also, but we are not separate. Three, we are going to collide, or otherwise organize motion through the same halls, world space. You can't get rid of this either. Four, therefore me and you will both contribute pushes, called hello, take a look at this important and valuable thing I have and do. Five, in life we have to organize our behavior, we will do so whether we want to or not, and also whether we like it or not. Six, so then. So. So then, if we are talking about being rational and really living, then we tend to agree that is the definition of sane. Seven, your work is to be well, to have health. Your actions produce your health. That is the life which is organized as comfort. 8. If it's too much comfort, it isn't comfort. Supposing this thing would not ever end, well then you last voluntarily being in it. Nine. It has to be voluntary to be comfort. So life has to come to an end. Don't pretend like you can imagine a way to get rid of that. Ten. It has to have an exit or there cannot be any motion. The juice can't flow out if the container is closed and locked. Now 7 to the power of z to the power of 7. You have your limits, and you have your desires. That's the game of the human story.
here, in this way, you begin to see that that is actually so. When you pick up a chain, you pick up one link and the rest comes. In this, you pick up one thing event and the universe comes up with it. Because you see, there are no separate things. It's all a single unified process, no longer divided into the voluntary and the involuntary, the I and the you, or the I and the it. Because it is the big happening, which is neither voluntary nor involuntary, which is neither free nor determined. All these are mere ideas about it and about. You've abandoned all that. You've abandoned philosophy totally. Because you see it's just a net designed for catching water. And when all that's gone, and that whole attempt to clutch life, to capture the pleasure, has disintegrated, there it is. And you needn't feel anxious about, will it stay? It's a gorgeous thing to feel you no longer got to worry whether it will stick around. Because you know that if you do worry, you'll shoo it away. So it's a tremendous relief, you see, not to have to bother with, will it stick around? Will I lose my insight? Will my Satori take wing and go off with the bats? You just forget it. Because the more you let go of it, the more it stays. And you don't even have to worry about, will you be sure to let go of it? Because that too is a hang-up. And you can begin, you see, from your very weakness. That's your strength. It's not your big ego and your big will that is the strong thing here. It's your slobbiness, it's your weakness, it's your foolish side that is your strong suit here. See? Yoko Daishi puts it in this way. You cannot take hold of it. You cannot get rid of it. In not being able to get it, let me repeat this, in not being able to get it, you get it. When you are silent, it speaks. When you speak, it is silent. The great gate is wide open and nobody obstructing it. So we'll have an intermission and then pray.
It's very funny to come to California, you know, when you've lived elsewhere and it's been an ideal, and suddenly you wake up and you realize you're there. You know, you're on vacation. You've got there. And everybody else envies you. And so we have to learn how to be there, or rather to be here. Of course, it is always possible to construe the thing in another way, and to say, yes, it may be a game, but it's a ghastly game, it's a grim game. It's like a child who's caught a fly alive and is picking the wings off it. The universe is that sort of scheme. It's a trap. It's a thing that gives you hope. There's always dangling possibilities in front of you to keep you going, but then it grinds you up. And then it revives you a little, like a master torturer, keeping a person alive in order to experience pain. There is a kind of inverted mystical experience that people occasionally have, where they see the whole universe as this sort of trap, and everything looks crummy. People look as if they're made of plastic, and aren't really people, but only make-believe people. They're mechanisms which are going yakety-yak and pretending that they are really there and alive. And everything looks as if it were made of patent leather or enameled tin, and just nasty, dead scene. That's the inverted mystical experience. And one might ask, well, you could take that view too. And here you come to what Albert Camus said. The fundamentally important philosophical question is whether or not to commit suicide. Now, this is the real question. Is the game worth the candle? If you think no, then you better commit suicide. That's the logical thing to do. If, on the other hand, you're not sure, then you better make up your mind. Because if you're going to go on with the game of life and not be sure as to whether it's really worth going on, you'll make a mess of it. That's quite certain. It's like doing something evil, like telling a lie. If you're going to tell a lie at all, you have to make it stick. And so make it good. Don't wobble when you lie, because someone will find you out, and it'll all fall apart, and it'll be worse than if you never did it. So if you make up your mind that you're going to do something evil, you have to have like a golf swing, follow through. And so in the same way with going on living at all, if you're going to gamble, gamble. And so either suicide or gamble seem to me to be the great alternatives of this life. And what will the gamble be? The gamble, or the gaming, has to rest on the assumption that this game is superb. No other assumption will work. If I may put it in another way, the game is to be trusted. The universe, you yourself, it is fundamentally to be trusted. And this is the act of faith which underlies all gambling. Because if you don't make that assumption as absolutely basic, the game will not work. Now this is where one must consider game theory in relation to ethics. What are the characteristics of a workable game? A viable game, as biologists would call it. A game that is worth the candle. First of all, the game must involve an optimal combination of skill and chance, or we might say order and randomness. Where a game is pure chance, it loses interest. Let's just think of tossing coins. The chances are 50-50 always, that it will be either heads or tails. And this becomes very boring. One wants to cheat a little to liven it up, and so introduce a bit of skill. But where a game depends on pure skill, and especially a very complex kind of skill, it becomes too tiresome. So you could put at opposite ends of a spectrum of games, say tossing coins or tic-tac-toe or something very simple, which is mostly chance, because tic-tac-toe, when you know how to play it, reduces itself to that you either win or draw if you get the first move. At the other end of the scale, a highly complex game like, well, I've suggested three-dimensional chess, but just imagine three-dimensional Go, where you would play on 8 boards to give yourself a cube to play in, or whatever number of boards. Go would be more than that, wouldn't it? But you would be in such a complex thing that you'd just lose track of it. Eventually, the game would just become totally confused for most people. So we get optimal games in the middle, like bridge, or poker, or checkers, or chess, where there is this interplay of skill and chance. So we look for this optimal point, where there is a risk. There must be a risk. There must be chance. It mustn't all be predetermined, because any game where the result is known is not worth playing. That's to say, when in chess the players suddenly realize that white is going to mate in 5 moves, they abandon the game and say, let's begin again. And so in life, that's why a lot of people don't like going to fortune tellers. They don't want to know the future. If I know exactly what's going to happen to me, in a very real sense, I've had it. So let's finish it up and begin again, turn in the check. You see, the whole fun of the situation of a game is that you don't know the outcome. And that's why it's worth playing. This is one characteristic of a viable game, a certain combination of skill and chance. Now there's another which is of a much more ethical type, and that is, I will call it trusting the game. Because if you don't do this, in other words, if you won't gamble, you won't play. And here is the point of the necessity of the gamble. That corresponds a little bit to the necessity of having chance as well as skill in any game that really works. But the necessity of gambling is very much overlooked, I think, in our contemporary culture. Because this is a culture where we are trying as much as possible to take the risk out of things. And when the risk is taken out of human relationships, they become impossible. We have, I think, in the United States, a very naive faith in law and in law enforcement. We're always saying there ought to be a law against it, as if law could solve things. And we don't realize the extent to which law makes life increasingly more difficult. Because law is simply a process of trying to define what may be done and what may not be done. But the moment you start talking, the definitions become increasingly complicated. And lawyers love this. They live on it. So it's always an interminable discussion of what did they mean when they said that? What was the intent of this law? And as laws multiply, with the avowed object of protecting us from each other, they do not so much succeed in protecting us as they do in making it impossible for us to act. And so the ultimate police state is, of course, the safe state, the security state, where everybody is checked. And you see what this is? Mechanically speaking, it's a system of very elaborate self-consciousness. See, when you get self-conscious and you watch everything you do, because you're anxious about making a mistake, you'll find in that you're all tied up and you can't act. So in exactly the same way, a community of people which is always watching itself through its agents, so that, in a Nazi state there are not only the ordinary policeman on the beat, but there's a block captain for every area, and there's some kind of a sneak or a traitor who's going to inform the authorities everywhere, you see, hidden. So this community is watching itself all the time, because it's a community that doesn't trust itself. And a community which constantly watches itself is like a person who's always watching himself and holding a club over his head to go clunk the minute he might be in danger of doing something wrong. And so this person is like this. If I say now my right hand is my main active hand, and but I don't know whether I can trust it. I don't know what it's going to do. So I've got to keep control on it with my left hand. See? So always the left hand is controlling the right hand. Whatever, if I want to pick something up, the left hand will have to push the right hand down and squeeze the fingers together and then lift it up so that it will come up. See, I've lost a hand by doing that. And so in exactly the same way, when any community of people is founded on mutual mistrust, it sort of loses half of itself. It becomes clutched up. It becomes paralyzed and unable to move. So the basis of any community, and thus the basis of any game, is the act of faith that I will gamble. I will bet my life on this scene. And you see, that also is fundamentally not only the attitude of faith, but it's the attitude of love. Love is self-giving. When you love someone, say you fall in love with a member of your opposite sex or whatever, and you got mixed up with someone now. You've really committed yourself to heaven only knows what. Because love is a letting go of direct control. And you might say, going back again to the Christian images of God, that God creates the world by constantly disappearing, giving himself away. The Hindu would agree with this too. That insofar as everyone here is God in disguise, but doesn't know it, this is because you, as God, are constantly giving yourself away to you. And feeling lost, how did I get mixed up in this world? Well, unbeknownst to myself, I made a gamble on being this person. And so this giving of oneself away is what's called the divine love. So then, in playing the game, if you don't make the assumption that I can let go of myself in the act of faith and in the act of love, You may just as well commit suicide right now, because you can't play it on any other basis than that. Any attempt to do so will merely make the whole thing clutch up and become insupportable, and will in any case be suicide. See, when we get the ultimate weapon, with which we know we can be safe because nobody else has it, just because we wanted to get that ultimate safety and get that ultimate weapon to defeat our enemies, it will be suicide. Because life really is not the avoidance of death. Death is the avoidance of death. The constant terror of death, the constant putting it off, constant vigilance that one will not die, that is death. What we call life is fundamentally willingness to die. Constant jumping of being into not being. So long as you do that, it goes on. So long as you shake the dice and you don't know how they're going to come out and flip, the game goes on, you see? So long as you take a chance.
Oh, nothingness. Bleh! Heaven preserve us from that. But
Hello, I am a person. Please give us your bones.
And I think further that they do not wish to shoulder the unbearable responsibility of being a sovereign individual. So not only is it and that accounts for the cowardice, and that accounts for the attempt to weaken the spirit of the people that they're teaching by overprotecting them. They're not willing to take on the responsibility. And the fault has to lie elsewhere. And I think that's a good judge of someone's character in general. It's like, well, the world is in a messy state, let's say. And the question is, whose fault is it? And the answer is, yours. That's the right answer. It's not the patriarchy, it's not some identifiable group, it's not some structure that's gone wrong, even though those things can go wrong. And that's the other fundamental truth of the West, is that things would be a lot better if you were a lot better. And you have to decide if you're willing to accept that. And you have every reason not to. It's a terrible thought. You know, it was Solzhenitsyn, I think, this is a paraphrase, but it's close enough. He said that one person who stopped lying could bring down a tyranny. And that when I first read that, I thought that can't possibly be true. And as I understood it, I thought that can't possibly not be true, because the only thing that can break the spine of a tyranny is the truth. And the only way that the truth can be told is that some individual tells it. And so it's necessarily the case that tyranny is broken by the truth of the individual. But then the question is, well, is it going to be you that's going to do that? It's no trivial thing. You know, people come and tell me very frequently, and they write me and they say, well, you know, I agree with what you say, and this terrible thing is happening in my workplace, and, you know, I don't know what to do about it, and I don't want you to make my story public, and because of the potential for repercussions. And I think, yeah, well, I mean, I understand your position. It's no joke to stand up when the amateur totalitarians are knocking on your office door. But if you don't, then sooner than you think it'll be the professional totalitarians, and then you'll be in the sort of trouble that unless you've tried to imagine it, you can't possibly imagine.
Transparency. Are we going to speak the truth? This is my message. Are we going to do the actions that authenticate the person organism tilde? I am absolutely and fully and completely a radical. I am an anti-villain.
So,
In the minutes remaining, I'm going to ask you a few personal questions about our weekends.
well, it wasn't a city. Ways up.
The world, you.
I live in a constant.
Steve. Jordan Peterson from Fairview. It's hard to believe. Does that happen?
Well, I live in a constant state of disbelief. I mean, I'm dead serious about this. Like, I think it's a form of post-traumatic shock in some sense. I mean, my life in the last 3 years has been just a continual series of surreal impossibilities. I mean, on the one hand, I've been involved in a political scandal of some sort for a good year and a half. It was at least twice a week. And then for the entire 3-year period, it's been at least once a week. It's nonstop. And sometimes it's national, and sometimes it's international, but it's continual. And so I'll give you an example. This is a funny little story. My son came over one day about a year and a half ago, and I was having a kind of a rough day because 200 of my colleagues at the university had signed a document trying to get me fired, and then they gave it to the union, and the union presented it to the administration without even informing me, even though I'm part of the faculty union. And so I said to my son, Julian, 200 of my colleagues today just signed a letter saying that I should be fired. And he said, oh, Dad, don't worry about that. It was only 200. And I thought, well, that's where we were at. It was like, oh, that's nothing. That was a light day. That was okay, And then so there's that, and the fact that it doesn't quit, that's another thing I can't understand. It's like, all this blew up around me around Bill C-16, and I thought, well, I've had my 15 minutes and then it was like, well, I've had my week, and then it was like, oh, I must have had my month, and then, but none of that happened. It just kept expanding and expanding and expanding and expanding and expanding, and every day I wake up and I think, well, this is going to come to an end, but it doesn't. It just expands, and that just doesn't seem credible in the least. Every time I come to an event like this, when I was in Australia, I was speaking to audiences of 5,500 people, and it's like, how in the world can you believe that? It's like, you heard what I just said. Who in their right mind would come and listen to someone who just told you what I told you? It's so dark and it's so demanding. You wouldn't think that people would line up for blocks and spend their hard-earned money and come because it's like a marital anniversary. That's what they say. This was our anniversary present to each other. I thank you people. You're completely out of your mind. And then I think too, that the state of disbelief is necessary, and maybe that's an advantage to being older, because I'm too old to adapt rapidly, and this isn't the sort of thing that you should adapt to, right? I should be in a constant state of shock disbelief because it keeps my head on straight. I don't know what's going on exactly. I don't know why it's the case that what I'm saying is so necessary, apparently. But it seems to be, and I'm trying to figure out why, but I'm certainly not for a second. I think I take very little for granted. And I think I take even less for granted than you might think. I told you that I don't take it for granted that you can all sit here peacefully, and that is how I look at the world, is that if it isn't burning in rack and ruins, then I think it's a bloody miracle. And the fact that things have gone well for me, and that I'm still standing, which is also a miracle of sorts. You know, I mean, there were probably 30 different scandalous episodes that had that anyone with any sense would have thought would finish me. And they've all backfired. And that's also, I also don't understand that. It's like, I don't understand that. I get attacked in the New York Times, and my friends call me, who are New York Times readers, and they say, you've had it this time, because that was the New York Times, you know. You're not going to recover from that. And I think, well, that's probably true. I mean, I was expecting it to happen all along, and then I wait, and then, you know, everybody clamors at me, and then I don't respond too much to that, and it starts to die away, and then all the supporters come out. And then there's 100 people who clamor and 10,000 supporters. And, you know, here's something I can tell you about my life that's really remarkable. So, you know, if you just read the press, well, you'd have all sorts of ideas about me. I mean, you know, that I'm a bigot in the broadest possible sense. And so that's, you know, racist, sexist, homophobic, ethnocentric, white nationalist, alt-right,
Islamophobic,
Nazi, Hitler,
homophobic.
all of those things. And you'd think that there was just nothing but hatred, although I have been treated well by many journalists. But you could easily get that sense that, like, I live in a world where I'm surrounded by hatred. And that is absolutely not true. It's so not true that it's, you know, there are lies, and then there are anti-truths. And an anti-truth is even worse than a lie. It's like the ultimate form of lie. And that isn't what my life is like at all. What my life is like is that I travel with my wife, and wherever we go, and I mean that literally, wherever we go, and we've been to I don't know how many countries in the last year. It's like, I don't know how many. 30, 40, many countries. If I go down the street, or if I'm in an airport, or if I'm in a cafe, or if I'm in a movie theater, or if I'm in a mechanic's shop, some person comes up to me every 10 minutes and says, I hope I'm not disturbing you. And they're very, very polite. And they say, I've been listening to your lectures, or I've been watching your YouTube videos, or I read your book, and I was in this dreadful place 6 months ago, and then they tell me a little bit about the particulars of that little corner of hell they were ensconced in. And then they say, well, I've been trying to develop a vision for my life, or I've been trying to take more responsibility, or I've been trying to be grateful for my job, mundane though it may be, or I've decided that I'm going to try to put my family together and make peace, and I've really been trying, and it's really working, and things are way better, and thank you. And so, well, it's overwhelming to have that happen continually. It's very difficult to believe, but it's unbelievably positive. You know, I mean, it's, if you could imagine, if you could ask for what you wanted, hey, you could have anything you wanted. You might think, it would be lovely if I could live my life in a manner so that wherever I went in the world, perfect strangers would come up to me, one after the other, and tell me that they're suffering much less, that their families are in better shape, and that their lives are on course because they took to heart something that I was communicating. That's as good as it gets, as far as I can tell.
fucking free, man. And this is the beauty of it. Yeah, man, I'm done with this whole internet. Tell me everything about you. Tell me where you're from. Tell me what you like to do. Tell me what you're afraid of. Tell me why you wanna do it. Tell me what you wanna do it. Tell me why you wanna do it. Tell me. Why do you wanna do it? Why do you wanna do that? Why? Why do you wanna do this? Why do you wanna do that? Yeah, I want to kiss you on the lips. No, I don't, but why not? I say it and I say it. Okay, good. Okay, good. Cool. Right. Fuck. We're not making art anymore. We're gonna be just chatting. Let's go. Because that's how we rolled it. Tell me. Tell me who you are. Tell me who you are. Tell me who you are. Tell me who you are.
in the long run, all insurance is a swindle. You should read Ambrose Bierce's book, The Devil's Dictionary. He has the most subtle and extremely logical demolition of insurance. But in the short run, in a kind of chancy way, you see it sometimes pays off. But you see, this is the problem. The problem I was discussing this morning was really the relationship of ecology to technology. But I was discussing it in a historical way, raising the problem of why technology originated in the West and not, for example, in China, and showing, first of all, that those people in China who did make some progress in the study of nature, the Taoists, thought about the world in accordance with a different model than people in the West, a model that did not immediately permit of technological development. The West thought about nature by analogy with mechanics, with machines. The Chinese thought about nature by analogy with organisms. A machine is something which can be taken apart and reordered, something which is the product of an act of engineering and is therefore an organization with a governor. An organism is not made piecemeal. It grows and doesn't have a governor. All the parts in an organism are in an orderly anarchy. That is to say, they govern themselves. And the Chinese word for nature, ziran, means that which is so of itself. Therefore, that which functions without being pushed around by some external force. It is automatic, but not as we mean the word automatic. We mean a self-governing machine. And there's a certain difference here. So the problem then is, if the Chinese, viewing the world as an organism, felt on the whole that it was wiser to restrain one's interference with things, that is to say, there are certain situations in which the human being should simply lay hands off. There are other situations in which the human being collaborates with nature, but he does so by virtue of having great awareness of the field of forces in which he is situated. This takes us back, of course, to the point that I made right at the beginning, that you really are the field of forces in which your organism is situated. Self-realization is, in fact, realizing as a sensuous experience that you are that field of forces, that you are both your outside and your inside, which of course leads us to something that we can experience but cannot define. And we can't define it for two reasons. One is it's too complicated. And another reason is, even deeper than that, it leads us to the root and ground of reality. That is to say, I'm only speaking in analogical terms, the continuum in which all things exist, which can't be thought about as an object because it can't be classified. You can't say anything really meaningful about it at all. But it's tremendously important to know that you're it. That's the real you, because if you don't know that, you go crazy. You become dementedly absorbed in details, identifying yourself with a purely temporal and indeed in somewhat respects arbitrary role which you're playing, and you forget that even if you do lose your shirt in this game, it doesn't matter in this round, because at that level there's no winner and no loser. So the question we come to now is, well, how do you go about knowing the field of forces in which you live? How do you know which way the wind is blowing so that you can sail properly, when it isn't as simple a matter as wetting your finger and holding it up and see which side gets cold first? That's where the wind's coming from. Or is it as simple as that? We know, or think we know, that nature is extraordinarily complicated, and so very difficult to understand. And if you can't understand a very complicated situation, it's immensely difficult to make decisions about it. But there is a point of view from which nature is not complicated, and that, to an educated Westerner, may sound quite astonishing. When Buddhists speak in their philosophy about the world of form and the world that is formless, these two categories correspond roughly to the world as complicated and the world as simple. What makes the world complicated is not its actual physical structure, but an attempt to understand it in a certain way. When you ask, how does it work? Why does it do it? Then you start analyzing a flower, a body, a geological structure, and you are asking the question, really, how can I reproduce in words or numbers what is going on here? In such a way that I can predict what it will do next. Now, the trouble with words and numbers is that they have some peculiar limitations. It takes time to read. It takes longer still to listen to a tape recording. And to scan a mathematical expression, again, it is something strung out in a line, and you have to think carefully to understand the various steps which have been taken. So, these are methods of breaking down the phenomena of nature into a code. These codes can be handled by computers with astonishing speed. But the part of the human mind which we are mainly concerned with, which is the conscious mind, can only handle them very slowly. Because the conscious mind has to work in terms of symbols, verbal and mathematical, which are really very clumsy. So that by the time we have really thought about something, it's usually too late to do anything about it. The circumstances have changed. The crisis about which we had to make a decision has already happened. And therefore we have to act without the kind of preparation we think we ought to have and without the kind of knowledge we think we ought to have. Because we cannot comprehend the world in verbal patterns. As a result of that, we always feel frustrated. We think we're supposed to comprehend the world that way and manage it that way, and a lot of people are not satisfied until you've given them an explanation. But it should be obvious that there never will be an explanation in those terms, in the terms of words. Because you can talk about the simplest object in the world forever and not fully describe its attributes. Words have a use, but they only have that use when they are operating in subordination to a kind of understanding that doesn't depend on words at all. Words are like claws on the end of an arm, and the claws are no good unless subordinate to the more subtle organization of the arm and the rest of the body. So words are the claws in which we tear life to pieces and arrange it in certain ways. Just as you have to bite and therefore separate the bits of a piece of meat in order to digest them. So to make the world digestible in a certain way, you need to claw it apart. But actually, we do all kinds of acts of understanding along with words, which are not contained in the words. A person, to get your point, does many, many non-verbal operations. For example, to read a book requires that I be able to see. And seeing is a non-verbal operation. When you try to put it into words, you come up against barriers of all kinds. It is a very difficult thing to describe. But that's only because you are trying to describe it in a difficult way. It's the same problem if you want to unload the bathtub because the drain is stopped, and you take out the water with a fork. It will take forever. But if you bring in a pail, it will be a lot faster. And there is something in trying to describe the world in words that is rather like trying to move water with a fork. It is efficient, in other words, for some purposes. But words, again, I point out, they communicate only to those who already know what you mean. To him that hath shall be given. And for that reason they're convenient, because then we can remind each other in common by words of things that we already know. But water as a word means nothing to people who haven't experienced water. Once they have experienced it, the word is useful because it's like using money instead of barter. I can discuss water with you without having to bring some into the room and show it to you. So words provide this kind of a shorthand. And very much, in so many ways, they have the advantages and the disadvantages of money. Money helps us to transfer wealth. Words help us to organize experience and to communicate about it with each other. But beyond that, when we try to put our experience into words, and in terms of words comprehend experience, then we run into insuperable difficulties. Not so long ago, a professor at Harvard, in discussing the heresy of certain members of the faculty who were conducting experiments in terms of changed states of consciousness, said that no knowledge is academically respectable knowledge which cannot be put into words. I don't know what became of the Department of Physical Education at that point, but or not to mention fine arts and things like that, and music. But still, this is what he said. And that's what lots of people feel, people who are in the scientific and technological world. But obviously is a type of intelligence that is not verbal or computational intelligence. The eye, the brain, the organization of a plant are obviously intelligent. What do I mean, intelligent? I say they're obviously intelligent because anyone can see it. I would even go so far as to say they are not products of intelligence. As if some intelligent fellow had been around and left this as a kind of track of his competence. The growth of a plant is intelligence itself. And intelligence is naturally something that in words would always escape definition, in the same way as the nervous system upon which intelligence depends is incomprehensible even to the neurologist. We know intelligence when we see it, because we say it's fascinating. My, isn't that tricky? How ingenious. What a wonderful organization. How beautiful. And we recognize in patterns of nature that this is happening. So when you see a human being and you say, what a piece of work is man. This is extraordinary. The beauty of the eyes, the marvelous organization and coordination of the limbs. But then you realize that this is you. But you don't know how you work it. And you do work it. So what it comes to is this, that in your total organization and nervous system, you are expressing a kind of intelligence that is, when looked at from the point of view of conscious analysis, unthinkably complex. And yet, from its own point of view, it's perfectly simple. Because you don't have to make an effort to see. You just see. You don't have to make an effort to hear. The ear does it for you. You don't have to make an effort to hold yourself together. The body holds you together. You do have to make an effort to get food. Sometimes to keep warm. Sometimes to defend yourself. So some effort is always involved. And in a certain way, the heart, for example, which we don't think about, it does work. And it consumes energy. But you don't have the sensation of making a decision every time your heart beats. Some, you see, people who are studying music probably the wrong way, have to make a decision every time they play a note so as to stay on time and to play the right note. And then they get absolutely worn out because it's decision after decision after decision. And there's nothing more wearing than that. Because with every decision goes anxiety. Was it the right decision? There is no way of avoiding that. Because if you are going to decide with the ordinary responsible way of making decisions that we are supposed to do, you never know whether you made a right decision or not until the event about which you've decided is past. Because you never know how much information you need to collect to make the right decision, whether you did indeed collect enough, and whether the information you collected was relevant. And also you realize that every possible decision can be radically affected by unforeseeable variables, such that you've completed a contract with the business corporation and everything is in order, but you had no means of knowing that the president of that corporation upon whom you depended was going to slip on a banana skin and have a serious accident. There would be no way whatsoever of foreseeing that eventuality. Should you have taken out an insurance policy on him? How comprehensive can an insurance policy be? Is it worth taking out an insurance policy? What are the chances of unforeseen events occurring of such significance and in such number that this sort of insurance policy is worthwhile and you're not just wasting money on paying the premiums? In the long run, all insurance is a swindle. You should read Ambrose Bierce's book, The Devil's Dictionary. He has the most subtle and extremely logical demolition of insurance. But in the short run, in a kind of chancy way, you see it sometimes pays off. But you see, this is the problem, the anxiety with which we are faced in trying to conduct our lives by the exercise of conscious will and control. We realize that it is really beyond our comprehension. We don't understand We cannot foresee all eventualities. And therefore this sense of frustration through trying to control things gives us a feeling of existence which for thousands of years men have called the fall. And the idea that there has been a fall, that something has been lost, is universal and very ancient. In the Taoist literature of China, there are constant references to a sort of golden age. Lao Tzu says, when the great Tao lost, in other words, when things did not always and automatically go in accordance with the course of nature, there arose duty to man and right conduct. When the 6 family relationships fell apart, there was talk of filial sons and daughters and faithful wives. When ministers became corrupt, then only did one hear of loyal ministers and wise counselors. Now, therefore, when things have fallen apart, somebody gets up and starts preaching. And if there is one thing quite clear from history, it is that preaching does no one any good. It makes only hypocrites. Because if I tell you that you ought to be concerned, and you ought to be unselfish, and you ought to cooperate, and you ought to be responsible, and because I imply to you that you're not, you will, in the first place, be resentful that I've had to tell you that, and you will feel guilty. But now you are under the impression that you really and indeed are a separate self with the power to perform all these virtues. And you then go through the motions of doing what you were told to do in the sermon. You are, in this case then, an egocentric and selfish person pretending that you aren't. And the truth will always out, because in the long run you will let down the people who are relying on you to be what you're not. And we have the most subtle ways of letting people down, while apparently going through the motions of doing exactly what they expect of us. Yes, we can be so pure but so cruel, so loving but so demanding, so wise but so dull. So that we take it out on others when we feel that we are forced into doing things for them that are against our own nature. And we do that invariably. But we do our very best not to be conscious of the way in which we do it, because that would puncture the whole balloon and show it up for a farce, and we can't afford that. So, there is then this feeling of nostalgia for the Golden Age, when we have the feeling that once upon a time, at some point, and this may refer back to childhood, It may refer back to life in the womb. It may refer back to primitive conditions before the invention of language and writing and numbers. But somehow there is a feeling that we get, especially from contemplating animals. They don't worry very much. They don't, they seem to follow their nature. They don't seem to go through a decision-making process. Just as you don't go through a decision-making process when you sneeze, or when you breathe, or when you blink. It just happens. It's just as well that it does. So the thought occurs to us, would it not be possible to conduct our life in that way always? And instead of making these pathetic decisions on the basis of utterly incomplete information, wouldn't there be some way in which we could manage to do the right thing, that is to say, to respond appropriately within the field of forces in which we are living and which we are, without these clumsy attempts to do so by force and by will? That, of course, is what Taoist philosophy is considering all the time. And it is trying to point out that there is, in fact, a way of living like that. Only nobody will believe it because they're scared out of their wits that it won't work. And of course you have to ask all sorts of questions as to what you mean by work. But surely it should be obvious that if you are organically intelligent enough to be able to see, isn't there just the faint possibility that the kind of intelligence which enables you to perform the incomprehensible operation of seeing might also be of use if it could be canalized and invoked in solving other problems as well? Isn't there a possibility, in other words, that the human brain is not a muscle, but a fantastic electronic contrivance like a computer, which does not think in words, but thinks in terms of neurological operations, which are never conscious. That is to say, they are never attended to in detail. That's what consciousness is. In other words, that thinking is not basically, only a small part of thinking is a verbal process. The greater part of thinking is a physical process. But it's a highly organized process, and when thought about in words is a very, very complicated one. But we do it. And it's the simplest thing in the world to do it, because you don't have to decide. What do you mean by simple? You don't have to enter into the complexities. Now, the proposition that this might be so, I have caused a professor to go completely blue in the face with rage at such a suggestion, that it seemed so to him anti-intellectual, undermining the whole nature and dignity of the academic professions, and so forth. But really and truly, if human beings are to adapt themselves to the increasingly troublesome environment which they are creating, isn't it possible that we are not really trusting ourselves or using ourselves to the full to come to an understanding of our problems? You say, a lot of people say, oh, well, that sounds like the people who simply say, ask God to help you and he'll do it. He'll think it out. He knows. But that's not the case, you see. The case is, it's asking you to do it. But see, if you have started out with a definition of yourself which really has very little to do with you at all, which is this kind of a joke that you are an ego and that you some sort of being inside a bag and that you're in control and that you're the boss of this bag, or at least supposed to be, in the same way as the chauffeur in charge of the car or the engineer who makes the machine. You might possibly be that if you knew how the whole thing was constructed, but the whole point is you don't. But if you could revise your view of yourself, who you are, and realize that you are the field of forces with their patterning and with their incredible intelligence, and you trust yourself to decide, to respond, in other words, spontaneously to a situation, instead of going through this whole thing of what is the right thing to do. But you see, if you have been brought up in a civilization inured to the doctrine of original sin, you cannot possibly trust yourself. In fact, you see, what happens is this. We know that an airline pilot is a fallible being. And when he's driving a jet, things are happening much too fast for him to make up his mind if he has to make a decision. Therefore, increasingly, we put in all sorts of automated decision-making machines on a jet plane. Eventually, the pilot loses his confidence in himself more and more, because he doesn't know how the damn thing works. He's just sitting there. And the famous story about the time when they have supersonic rockets and you get on board and a tape recorder says, "You are now taking off for London, where we will be arriving in half an hour. All facilities on this aircraft are fully automated. There is no chance of human error, and therefore no need to worry, to worry, to worry, to worry." But you see, we can do a rather good job in eliminating error by use of the computer in rather limited circumstances. Why? Because the computer, as it develops, is more like a nervous system than it is like a linguistic system. In other words, it is able to deal with ever so many operations at once and to synthesize them. And words can't do that. Words have to go along a single track. Now then if the brain is still far more sophisticated than any computer we can yet construct, what is the limitation on human skill is that the human being isn't using his brain in the right way. He's not really using it to the full at all, except in some peculiar beings whom we call geniuses. And the funny thing about geniuses is they cannot explain why they are geniuses. They can't teach it. Here is a case in Zhuangzi's book of a wheelwright. He makes the most beautiful wheels. And the trick of a wheel is to get it to fit the axle. It mustn't be so loose that it wobbles, and it mustn't be so tight that it sticks. It has to have just the right thing. And he says, here I've been doing this for years, but I do not know how I do it, so I can't teach my son, and so I'm still working when I'm over 75 years old. And this is an eternal problem of all fine craftsmen and skilled people, is they cannot explain how it's done. This was my problem as a small boy in school, because when I started out in school, around when I was 7, 8, 9 years old, I was considered stupid, because I always failed in examinations and got terrible marks. And but at the same time, I was absolutely fascinated with the bookish process. I collected books. I loved books. I loved the smell of books. I liked the look of them. And but nobody really got across what you were supposed to do with them. I mean, I could read them. I used to think, well, they used to say, you don't work. You know, like saying, this watch doesn't work. I said to the teachers, I want to work very badly, but how do you do it? They had no explanation. So I used to look at exemplars of intelligence, some of the teachers whom I admired, and I thought maybe I can find out how to do it by imitating the way they do their handwriting, or by wearing clothes the way they wear them, or by making the same sort of gestures, or by speaking in that sort of way, that by some sort of sympathetic magic I would acquire the mysterious power which I seem to lack. In the same way, I remember from childhood again that our nurses in hospitals, sanitariums, or homes had a very, very peculiar anxiety about constipation. In fact, that was about the criterion of health, was that you were not constipated. Therefore, you had to do your duty, as they called it, every day, and if you didn't, there was a graduated series of punishments. It started with a concoction called California syrup of figs. It went next to a thing called senna tea. It went next to cascara, and finally to castor oil, which is the disgusting stuff. The trouble is that if they resort to that, you get back in a vicious circle, because the whole muscular system is upset, and so you begin all over again. Now, the mistake that they all made was to issue a commandment to the conscious mind to achieve a result which the conscious mind is perfectly incapable of producing. The conscious mind has nothing to do with whether you're constipated or not. That has to do with the unconscious, or I prefer to call it the superconscious, because it's a lot more clever than the conscious mind is, and indeed a great deal more trustworthy. Only we don't believe that because we believe in original sin. And therefore the unconscious can't be trusted. And if it wants to take a day off or so from going to the bathroom, we think it's sinful. There's something wrong with it. And that attitude, you see, that was reflected in this rather trivial little illustration, ran through everything. You must love us. You must be free. You must make the right decision. It's up to you. You've got to do it, see? Well, of course, as a result of that, one or two things happens. Most people simply lose their nerve. They realize, I've got to make the right decision, but I can't. Therefore, they drop out. They become the sort of people who just say, the whole thing is just too much, it's absurd. And they become low-grade intelligences, or so we think. Then there's another kind of people who grit their teeth, they pull themselves together, and they resolutely smash into this way of existence. And they get rewarded accordingly. That is to say, they get more and more power. They succeeded in this game of being God. And so society rewards them, you see, by saying, well, you be president, you be this, you be that, you be the other thing. It looks fine, looks great, everything's going beautifully. But we've only seen the beginning of it. As it goes on, they say, well, we've got to control this, we've got to control that. You didn't think of that one before, did you? No, we can avoid a mistake if we get that under control. We get this one fixed. And they say, now wait a minute, I can't think about all that. We're going to hand all that problem over to this computer which we've got here. We'll keep an eye on that one corner and we'll get that deciding about this. And so all these aids to intelligence come along. But at the center of it all is a guy who thinks he's in charge with his conscious intellect. And so soon, he begins to feel more and more responsible. And because he's making a mess anyhow, I mean, just imagine being the President of the United States. You don't know where you're going. You've got all these decisions to make. You haven't got any private life at all because there's a telephone here and a Secret Service man there and a secretary there and a this and a that. And here it goes. But whatever you do, it doesn't make the slightest difference. Everybody's objecting. Everybody's saying, you mustn't do it that way, you forgot this, you are a so-and-so, and they call you names and everything. The only way of insulating yourself to that is to plug your ears. But then you can't get any information at all. Cut off the phone, you know. Then you're stuck. Because you see, this is the fate that comes to anybody who tries to be God in the wrong way. Everybody is God, actually. So there's no need to try to be. But the moment somebody tries to be, that means he wants to be God from the standpoint of the very limited faculty of conscious thinking and deciding, which is a very clumsy agency for controlling what happens in the world. That you're never going to be God that way. As if God, just figure it out, if God had to think about every motion that a gnat made with its wings in order to see that it had happened, boy, would he be tired. What a nervous breakdown that would be. Well, you can say only God could do it. It's a way of saying the whole conception is nonsense. Things like that aren't handled that way. things like that are handled the way you and your body handle things, which is that they organize themselves without thinking about it. That is to say, they have an intelligence, but it's not verbal intelligence. It's not linear intelligence. It's multidimensional, multivariable intelligence, wherein everything all together everywhere is happening all at once. And if we don't reacquaint ourselves, shall I say, with that kind of intelligence, we're going to be in trouble. Now, you see, the point is we have it. It's all there. But we don't give it a chance. Let's take in social intercourse. See? We're very, very controlled. When somebody, you see, conversation goes along in a linear pattern, and it's a game. Somebody suddenly changes the subject. Now that creates a small social crisis, because they say, oh, wait a minute, we weren't talking about that. You interrupted. So in order to protect ourselves against that, you wait for a slight pause and said, excuse me for changing the subject, but, and that indicates that you know that they're not to take you for a madman who thinks associatively instead of logically in a linear development. Now, what happens if you change the rules and you put a group of people together for conversation and say, does anything comes into your head? Well, that sounds like free association in psychoanalysis, doesn't it? And what about saying to somebody, free associate? It blocks them. Because they suddenly go blank, which is a warning. Don't move, because you can't trust yourself. Don't move, go blank. So to help you along, the analyst says, did you dream anything last night? Oh, that's all right. Yes, I did have a dream. So I tell the story of my dream, which is a way of kidding yourself. You're making a statement through a dream for which you're not held responsible, because it was only a dream. You can through that say something about yourself without admitting that you're saying anything about yourself. And without putting you did the free associating in the dream, you see. The dream was an associative process of thinking rather than a logical one. And you can describe it because it's safely past. It's not happening now. Then he can perhaps draw you out a little further. Say, now, what do you think about that dream? Well, if the analyst is a Freudian, you know what to think about the dream. All long things are one thing, and all round things are another. And it's as simple as that. If you're a Jungian, it's not so easy. If the analyst is a Jungian, it's much more complicated. But he to help you out, saying, well, it's up to you. I don't know what these things mean in your dream, but when you think of a particular image that occurred in the dream, which was a certain friend of yours, say, what does that fellow mean to you? And he tries to get you to see that the person you dreamed about actually represents an aspect of yourself. You didn't have a dream about that actual objective person out there, but he stands for something in you, which you associate with him. So gradually, associative thinking is drawn out from you. Then another thing to do is draw pictures. That's pretty safe. Just draw anything. You can draw a lot of meaningless stuff, for a while, and then gradually use it as a Rorschach blot, and things begin to come out. But all this is coaxing people, see? But in a situation where you are directly verbalizing spontaneously, it's very embarrassing, because words are tremendously powerful in the social scene. People can be blown to pieces with words and just nothing flat. Say the wrong word and everybody blushes. Just like that, I produce a complete neurological, physiological reaction with nothing but words. So it's dangerous to get away from the order of words and communicate with people in an unstructured way. Because that's to some extent what happens in tea groups, where things like the Synanon game, where people are somehow encouraged to say anything they like. But it would get way out indeed if instead of saying to somebody, after all, when I look at you, you really annoy me. Something about the expression in your face which I can't stand. That can become a stereotype. You can go on with that kind of argument, kind of mutual embarrassing game, till it merely becomes a ritual. But let's suppose that instead of that, we just started talking nonsense. Or anything goes. It might suddenly stop being nonsense. Or at any minute change into nonsense. So that we would immediately withdraw, you see. Say, oh. But on the other hand, if we don't withdraw, we say, well, all this is going to be words anyway, and there's nothing much that it can do to us. So let's see what happens. Let's go on words. Then if we don't withdraw, people begin to feel at ease. That after all, I can trust myself to behave in a non-egocentric way without harming others, without creating murder and mayhem and bloodshed, without stealing people's things. And suddenly, when a group discovers that it can have that kind of lalling, Pentecostal, glossolalia bit with each other, there's some possibility they might love each other. That's why this has been done in certain spiritual circles for a long time. And this is why in Zen Buddhism there is this game of challenge and response, where you are put in a situation where if you stop to think what to do, you've lost. And you're out. And you have to try again. But you never really know what the situation you're going to have to respond to is going to be. So once upon a time, there was a master who posed a koan to one of his students. And a student gave a certain answer. And the master accepted it. The master's assistant, after the student had left, said to the master, I'm doubtful about whether he really understood the point there. The master said, oh, really? He said, why don't you try him again? The master said, yes, I will. So the student came back the following day, and he put the same problem to him. And the student responded the same way. The master said, no, that's wrong. But the student said, you said yesterday that it was right. He said, I know. Yesterday it's right, today it's wrong. Because you see, every situation is different. It's always changing. And the point is to respond in a way that is appropriate to the field of forces as it is now. And you cannot tell intellectually, you can't tell by analysis, you can't tell by a process of conscious criticism what the structure of the field of forces is. Your body knows, your brain can find out, but not through conscious attention and formulation in words. But if you don't trust your brain to be able to find out, you will fumble. And you will do silly things. And since you have been habitually brought up not to trust your brain to find out, to get into a pattern of trying to behave spontaneously is, of course, to run the danger of making a great fool of yourself. And that, of course, is indeed what happens in a great many experiments in the arts, where people think they're going to paint spontaneously, they're going to make spontaneous noises with a musical instrument, they're going to dance spontaneously, they're going to have non-plays on the stage or happenings where anything goes. By and large, these things are colossal failures and are completely boring. And it's perfectly understandable why, that namely, they're being done by people who don't really trust themselves and who are doing this in a background of self-mistrust. And who have never, in other words, cultivated, because it is a kind of a discipline, to trust yourself and let it happen. But you see, when you get a great comedian working, you can't really train to be a great comedian. I mean, how would you go about it? Would you read all available jokes and memorize them? Would you study the great comedians of the past? Remember all their gags, gestures, expressions? The point is, if you did that, everybody would think you were corny. They would say, oh, that's just Mark Twain again. Whatever. W.C. Fields. It's his gag. The whole point of a comedian is the element of surprise. The unforeseen joke that nobody expected. The thing that really has people laughing is what they just didn't quite expect. Now, the ability to put this over is something that you apparently you either have it or you don't. And you have to do it in a situation where you don't know what's coming up yourself. You could be a comedian in the terms that you've got a script and you've learned your lines, and the script was written by a genius, and you're a good actor and it's very funny. But if you're in a real comedian situation where people in the audience are interacting with you, and in other words, the situation is unstructured, the real genius is the one who can pull the gags just like that, as if, indeed, they are ad-libbed. Well, that man has got his genuine intelligence working for him. But so we come back to the point then that the genius is unable to say how he manages to do it. He could say, oh, well, yes, I do a lot of hard work. All geniuses do. But that's not the cause of it. It goes along with it. It's a kind of necessary accompaniment of the art rather than the cause of the art. Because one uses work to polish something which was a gem in the first place. You see? When you write poetry, it's a lot of work to get it exact melody and beauty of words. It takes hours. But you had to have something there in the first place that wasn't simply the polishing, it was the gem. So that the coming forth of such gems in the same way as cure for constipation is something that requires trust in one's own inherent and original intelligence. This was what the Zen master Bankei calls your unborn mind. That is a way of saying the mind that you have that is not individualized, that is not personalized, that is not the ego. And he would say to people, when you hear something go caw, you know immediately it's a crow. When you hear something go ding, you know at once it is a bell. And when he was once heckled by one of those Nichiren priests, you know, they are very fanatical Buddhists. They run the Soka Gakkai movement. This priest said, standing right in the back of the audience, he said, I don't understand a word you're saying. Bankei said, come closer and I'll explain it to you. And he moved in. He said, closer still. Still closer. The man came forward. When he got right up to the platform, Bankei said, how well you understand me. So in the same way, once the military man was with a Zen master, and he said to the master, I've heard this story that there was a man who kept a goose in a bottle and grew so large that he couldn't get it out. Now, he didn't want to hurt the goose and he didn't want to break the bottle, so how does he get it out? Now, the Zen master changed the subject. So finally, the military man, the officer, got up to leave. And just as he got his hand on the screen to go out, the master said, oh, officer! And he turned and said, yes. The master said, there, it's out. Because if I say to you, hello, or, oh, I say, you say, yes, what is it? See, you don't stop. You don't hesitate. You don't think, what mischief is up here? What could he be planning? You just respond. And the response is, in this case, perfectly appropriate. Now you could say, it's just habit. True, there is habit. And there are responses that are conditioned, fed into people But we saw that that doesn't work for the comedian. He needs something more than habit. And you've often had the experience of finding yourself in a crisis, whether you somehow managed to act intelligently, though there was no time to decide. Driving a car or something, you know. Suddenly your own being comes to your aid. Well, that, of course, is the whole thing. But the basis of it is to realize not that this is something sort of rather heroic, which one really ought to try to do, as if there was some other possibility, as if it would be safer not to do that, as if we could sit back here and say, oh, no, let's not get mixed up with that adventure. Let's be safe and rational and believe in original sin and mistrust ourselves. If we do that, we are finished. We go straight by that method. With the kind of technology we have, we go straight into the totalitarian state and all that goes with it. The total police state. Everything got to be controlled. Somebody's going to win at the God game. And the end of that, of course, as everybody knows, is every great totalitarian state destroys itself. Because it becomes too rigid. And it consumes itself with its own fury and frustration. It has to take itself, its hostility out upon itself. So actually, it isn't a question that this is something that we really ought to do, or that to have faith in oneself is something virtuous, or something, you know, like psychologically integrated, and you hope you can be more psychologically integrated than the other people you know. It isn't like that at all. It's something that you really cannot avoid. That you actually, although one, you know, sort of doesn't believe it, you do it all the time. Only when it comes to your attention, then you think you shouldn't. When it doesn't come to your attention, you are functioning intelligently without thinking. When it does come to your attention, you say, oh, I better not do that. It's like, you know, we work for certain bosses, and you know one thing you mustn't do, if you could possibly get away with it, is never ask their advice. Go ahead and do your job. But if you take it to them and say, should I do it this way or that, then suddenly everything is held up while they think about it. And then they can't make up their minds. You go this way and they go that way and say, no, don't ask. Just go ahead and do it. And it'll save the boss so much time, and it'll stop him worrying and prevent him from having ulcers. So in the same way, there are certain kind of people who want to know whether something's legal. And in best advice is usually don't ask. Because there's a saying in Zen, officially, not even a needle is permitted to pass. Unofficially, a carriage and 6 horses can get through. So if the law is not challenged and are asked to make a decision on this, forget it. You can probably get away with it. So in the same way, then, if you realize that trusting in your own organic skill and intelligence is something you can't really avoid. You can try to avoid it and get mixed up. You can get so mixed up that if you think, let's say, if you think you can't trust yourself, then it follows that that idea itself is untrustworthy because it's one of your ideas. If you think you can't trust your brain, how can you trust the logic which your brain makes possible? This logic is so simple, and therefore so clumsy in dealing with the subtle complexity of our world and of the field of forces in which we live. So, you cannot let go, Say, no, I'm going to let go, see? Today I'm going to let go. See? You don't do it that way. You remember that you can't hold on. That's the only way to let go. You can't hold on. There's nothing to hold on to. No one to hold it. It's all one system, one energy.
Oh, nothingness. Bleh! Heaven preserve us from that. But
Hello, I am a person. Please give us your bones.
Now imagine yourself with a spherical eye. You see all around. Now what's in the middle? See? Even if I have all this behind me in view, suddenly I will find that there is something in the middle of it all. There's a hole in the middle of reality. Like now, there seems to be not so much a hole, but a wall. But any animal which had eyes in the back of its head would have the sensation I'm describing. Now, you may say to me, eternity, it's a curious thing. Eternity. How can I face the fact of nothing, which is by definition not a fact? You see? Why, that's one of the people who want to rule the world. It's to frighten you about death. Death is real, see? I mean, don't indulge in wishful thinking. All you people who dream of an afterlife and heavens and gods and mystical experiences in eternity, oh, you don't face the facts. What facts? How can I face the fact of nothing, which is by definition not a fact? You see? All this is in eternity, from whichever way you look at it. So if you really go the whole way and see how you feel at the prospect of vanishing forever, of all your efforts and all your achievements and all your attainments turning into dust and nothingness, what is the feeling? what happens to you? It's a curious thing that in the world's poetry, this is a very common theme. The earthly hope men set their hearts upon turns ashes, or it prospers, and anon, like snow upon the desert's dusty face, lighting a little hour or two, is gone. All kinds of poetry emphasizes the theme of transience. And there's a kind of nostalgic beauty to it. A banquet hall deserted. After the revelry, all the guests had left and gone their ways. The table with overturned glasses, crumpled napkins, breadcrumbs, dirty knives and forks lies empty. And the laughter echoes only in one's mind. Then the echo goes. The memory, the traces are all gone. That's the end, you see.
This seminar is going to be a fundamental course on cosmic gamesmanship. We shall discuss first of all the yang and the yin, because what we are studying is the way whatever may be called the universal energy plays. And so the fundamental thing is yang and yin, the positive and negative principles, to use the Chinese words. Next we shall discuss relativity. Next we shall discuss group theory, in and out. And finally, we shall discuss identity. Who are you? But in starting, the moment one talks about cosmic gamesmanship, it carries with it the assumption that the physical universe is a game. And that doesn't seem to be taking it sufficiently seriously. Of course, according to Hindu philosophy, the physical universe is an illusion. They use the word Maya. But Maya has many meanings, and among these meanings, only one is illusion. And the word illusion, of course, always carries a bad connotation to Western ears. We want something that's for real. But it doesn't necessarily carry such a bad connotation to Hindu ears, because the word Maya also means magic, creative power, art, and, of all things, measurement, because it comes from the Sanskrit root matra, M-A-T-R, from which, of course, we get meter, matter, and the Latin mater, mother. In other words, the world is looked upon, or can be looked upon, as a perfectly good illusion, because all art, in a way, is a creation of illusion. On a stage, the actor plays, and Hindus think of the world by analogy with drama, The whole thing is a big act. And there is one actor behind the whole thing, which is you. Not you in the sense of your so-called empirical ego, not you as you imagine yourself and as you ordinarily sense yourself to be, but what is really and truly you at a much deeper level. But you see, when we use the word game or play in English, we usually tend to mean that it's something trivial. You see, we divide life very strictly into play and work. Other peoples don't do this. And that's one of the shatteringly awful features of our culture, this division of play and work. So that most people are working at tasks which they hate, so that they can make enough money to stop doing it and play. Now, this is perfectly ridiculous. Nobody needs to do that. Because what you get with work, done in this way, done heartlessly and without joy, is money. And what can you do with it? Supposing you do earn time to spare and money to spend, what is there to buy with it? The answer is the other fake and joyless products made by other people who hate their work. So there is a certain phoniness, a certain lack of essential quality in almost all the work that we perform, because the work is done not for the work but for money, and play is considered something separate from work. Work is serious. Play is not serious. In fact, we have a strange incapacity to play at all, because we always, especially in the United States, play with an ulterior motive. That is to say, play is good for you. And we do everything because it's good for us, because we judge the physical world with without our senses. We judge in theory. We believe that the proof of the pudding is not in the eating, but in the chemical analysis. It is often my fate to have to take lunch in college cafeterias. And what must be happening to the intellectual life of the nation as a result of professors, graduate students, and students eating this kind of stuff must be catastrophic. Because I go all over the United States to various colleges, and everywhere the fare is exactly the same. You get a so-called salad, which is a piece of that wretched ice block lettuce, with a dollop of cottage cheese and a wedge of canned pineapple on top of it. Then you get slices of beef that have been tormented for hours in an electronic purgatory, sloshed over, or rather coated is the exact word, with a gravy made of water, library paste, and bouillon cubes. Then there are peas, carrots, and corn, which have been sterilized, because that's important, by boiling for hours. And finally there is a pie, which is a slab of beige goo crusted in reconstituted cardboard and topped with sweetened shaving cream squirted from an aerosol bomb. And all this has been analyzed by dietitians and by the whole department of home economics, and is found to veritably contain the right amount of calories, proteins, carbohydrates, and vitamins. Now, actually, this is all a result of academic politics, because academic politics, you know, is mainly concerned with feuding between departments. And this is the way in which the home economics department has won out, by rotting the brains of historians, anthropologists, mathematicians, and physicists with this miserable fare. And this goes on all over. Things are judged, you see, because they're good for you. And if we inquire carefully as to what this good for us is, you mustn't look into that. It's taboo. The whole culture would fall apart if we found out what it was, because what is the good that is good for you is always and necessarily something in the future. It never happens, and is never going to happen. All that these vitamins and carbohydrates and things can do for you is keep you in a state of reasonable survival, and in which you never catch up with anything. Because you see, time is strictly an illusion. There is no such thing as time, any more than there is such a concrete thing as the equator. The measurement of time is a measure of motion, just like lines of latitude and longitude are a measure of the geographic surface of the earth. And nobody will ever tie up a rolled roast with the equator. There is, however, such a thing as timing, which is quite different from time. Timing is skillful rhythm. But you cannot ever attain proper timing if you hurry, if you're in a hurry to get to the future, because the future is never going to arrive. So if you hurry to get to the future, you always get a punishment for it. For example, instant coffee, TV dinners, the sort of food they serve on airplanes, or beef that is cooked in electronic ovens where you push the switch and a whole roast is done. It isn't, it's heated through, it's not roasted. And all these things are awful because they are the result of the illusion of time, that there is something that is good for us and that we're going to get to. And so this is the result of an educational system which is completely geared to literary and mathematical pursuits, which trains everybody to be clerks, insurance salesmen, and bureaucrats. And only with great reluctance does education offer any kind of instruction in material competence, and then only for people who are considered too stupid to be intellectuals, to go on to college. So the basic arts of life in our culture, farming, cooking, dressing, furnishing, lovemaking, are utterly neglected. There is no sophisticated training widely available in any of these things for the average person. And so that's the reason why there is nothing on which to spend the time that we save and the money we earn, except trash. So fake cars, pasteboard houses, bread made of squishy styrofoam, vitamin enriched, and all that sort of thing, see, because of the illusion, we've fallen for the illusion of time. So only what is absolutely necessary for a culture, that means a society of cultivated people, is the cultivation and devotion to the present, to the material world, rather than to the purely theoretical world. You see, Maya in Sanskrit does indicate in one sense the physical world, because in the positive sense that the physical world is actually a marvelous work of art. But Maya in another sense, in the sense in which it means measurement, refers to all the ways we have of numbering and naming and dividing up into categories the physical world. So time is Maya. Latitude and longitude is Maya. The future is Maya. In the less exciting sense of illusion. So, you see, because of this state of mind, we don't think that play is important. We play in order to refresh ourselves to go back to work. And that's not playing. Playing is a real absorption in the delight of a dance, for example. You don't dance because it's good for you. You dance because you're happy. But you see, we have a very odd incapacity for happiness because we are happier when we expect good things to happen rather than when they're happening. And so we say of a thing that we consider bad, it has no future. Well, nothing has a future. There isn't a future. There's always a present, and one has to get this as a kind of a basic approach. So then, one can also, therefore, use the word play or game in a sense that is not trivial. We don't think, for example, that when we hear a performance of a Bach cantata, or better, a purely non-symbolic thing, like a fugue, we don't think that that's trivial. We don't think it's trivial to play the organ in church. We don't think that the plays of Shakespeare are trivial. They're plays. A play, you see, in the sense that I'm using it, is a musical thing. It is a dance. It is an expression of delight in the sense of Blake saying that energy is eternal delight. And, for example, the art of Islam, the arabesques, which aren't pictures of anything. They're just fantastically intricate, beautifully colorful designs. They are play. And according to this thesis, the universe is just like that. It is a very, very elaborate play system. And the fundamental elements of this play, the Chinese call the yang and the yin. Yang means the positive and yin the negative. Yang refers to the south side of a mountain, which is in the sun, and yin to the north side, which is in the shade. Yang refers to the north bank of a river, which is in the sun, and yin to the south bank of a river, which is in the shade. Yang is symbolically or prototypically male. Yin is symbolically female. That's not to cast any reflections on women. So you might say the reason they're called male and female is that yang is aggressive and yin is yielding. Yang is convex, yin is concave. Now, the secret about the opposites, which is as important as realizing that there is no such thing as time, the secret about the opposites is this, that they appear to be as different can be. We say of opposites, like black and white, that they are the poles apart. But in using that phrase, poles, you imply a connection between them. As there is a connection of the north to the south pole of the earth, and as there is a connection between the north and south poles of a magnet. They are two ends of the same stick, two sides of the same coin, two opposite points on the same sphere. And that means that they go together. In Chinese, this is called arising mutually, as in the second chapter of Lao Tzu, where he says, when all the world knows beauty to be beautiful, there is already ugliness. When all the world knows goodness to be good, there is already evil. For to be and not to be arise mutually. What confuses people is that they don't see this. They think, for example, that the positive is something there which truly exists, whereas the negative has less reality. It doesn't exist. We think that, for example, the space in which this universe floats is a non-entity and has no importance. And we are thereby, because we see energy manifested in the positive aspect of things, and no energy manifested in the negative, we are afraid that energy and its delight is threatened by nothingness. That it's going to be swallowed up, and that in the end darkness will win. We feel that about ourselves, and we feel it about the universe as a whole. Because energy is effort. And effort, after a while, you get tired and you can't keep it up. And so darkness must win. According to Chinese philosophy, that is a hallucination. Because energy cannot be manifested without inertia. There must be something to push against for there to be any manifestation of energy. You cannot dance without a floor to use your energy against. You cannot, when energy or any kind of motion is completely unobstructed, there's a sort of squish, a fizzle, and nothing happens. Because fundamentally, as we shall see next hour, motion is only realized when there is stillness, relative stillness. And so energy is only realized when there is inertia, and the positive is only realized when there is the negative to bring it out. These things work together, but when you don't realize it, you are anxious. You are afraid that the dark side is going to win. Now, the minute that happens, you become unable to play. You start getting serious, and the game degenerates into a fight. Because you feel it absolutely urgent and necessary under those circumstances that the positive must be made to win, accentuate the positive, you see. And that leads to all this beastly kind of religion, where people go around with forced smiles and hearty handshakes and accentuate the positive. And the moment that a person does that, you know that it's a big fake, it's a put-on, and that there's something utterly unreal about it. That's why you may have often experienced the fact that certain kinds of virtuous people are offensively virtuous. And they are very difficult to get on with. They don't have any light touch. And of course this is particularly prevalent in religions, because not all religions, but many religions are states of terror about the negative side. I was talking with a very enlightened nun the other day, Catholic, and she was open to all sorts of new ideas. And I said, you know, there's one thing wrong with your worship and the way you sing your hymns and chant your chants and do all these rituals. You don't swing. I don't mean by that it isn't syncopated. I mean by that there is not an attitude of delight about it. It's always you feel the service is being conducted in the presence of the chief inspector of morals. The original stuffed shirt, the appalling grandfather, in whose presence you daren't show any kind of sprightliness, because after all, you know, when we are children and we are very exuberant and we leap around and bounce and all over the place, we make the adults tired. Because the moment a child starts getting exuberant, we try to give him a guilty conscience. You have no business having so much fun. There are other people in the world who hurt. There are people who are starving. There are people who suffer. And for you to go around leaping around as if the whole thing were gorgeous is a kind of irreverence. So be guilty. Shut up. So as a result of that, where we think that an occasion is of particular solemnity, where you're in church or in court or standing in a row of Marines or something saluting the flag, everybody gets grim. And so there is no delight in religion of that kind. Well, this nun agreed with me that they really ought to do something about that. And I said, well, maybe I'll come to your convent and teach you how to sing. But you see, all of that is because of the fear that the nothing will win over the something. Now, it's true in games there is a winner and there is a loser. But in a fight, it's different. In a fight, the object of victory is to get rid of the defeated party. Because he's bad, and he ought not to be there at all. But in a game, it's quite different. Because if there is to be a winner, there has to be a loser. So it's terribly important not to get rid of the opponent. You could have no chess unless you had the black side as well as the white. Impossible. So in a game, what we admire a person we call a good loser. That is to say, a good sport. Because he does not take the loss seriously. It's very instructive, for example, to play any game that you know well, whether it's chess or checkers or whatever, with yourself. And each time you move over to the opposite side, play it with your best skill. For example, you can play a very marvelous game. You take two cocktail olive toothpicks, you know, the kind they make into little plastic swords, and you do a fencing match with yourself. And actually try to stick one of your hands, and the other hand really tries to defend itself. You find this is extremely interesting. It's a meditation exercise. And then you realize, you see, what is the nature of a game. Because if you are a good chess player, you may congratulate yourself if your opponent wins, if you have given him a good contest. Because then the game as such was interesting. And you come to realize that you and your opponent in a game of chess together constitute a single organism, like your right hand and your left hand fencing with each other. Let not your left hand know what your right hand doeth. That means have a conspiracy to pretend that they don't belong to one organism and that they're different, like black and white, like space and solid. They must look as different as possible. But underneath, in order that there be a game, in order that there be, in other words, a relationship of these two, there has to be a secret agreement. They have to be tacitly one, but openly two. Exoterically two, esoterically one. Because, you see, on the stage, when you get the hero and the villain, they are really friends behind the scenes because they belong to the same company of actors. But this mustn't be admitted on the stage, because that would give the show away. Now you see, it's true, we mustn't give the show away. That's why there are esoteric teachings. But on the other hand, there is another opposite extreme, which is not realizing that the show is a show. And that's as bad as giving the show away. So you have always, when you are in the theater, say you go to the movies, and you go to see some great horror movie, you know, awful thing. Well, why does one do it? You want a thrill. And the whole of the universe wants a thrill. That's what it's all about. Otherwise it would be boring. But when you go to the movie, you know in your heart of hearts that it's only a movie. And yet you contrive to some degree to forget this while you're there, and therefore get scared and feel real creeps. But that's great. Some people like to go and cry. They go and see some tragedy and just love to weep because it's a catharsis. It gets all the salt out of you or something, I don't know. And so you do this thing, and it is, we can say it's vicarious, yeah. But that is the spirit of showmanship, of play. So one might say then that it is possible in this life to attain a sort of metaphysical courage, in which you really know deep within that the most harrowing experiences that physical existence can offer are a show.
Now this is the, what you might call ultimate nerve. And, for example, when the samurai in Japan studied Zen, that's what they wanted to get from it. They wanted to get ultimate nerve so that absolutely nothing would faze them. So there is a poem which says, "Under the sword lifted high, there is hell making you tremble. But go ahead, and there is the land of bliss." Don't hesitate, see? Don't be blocked. Don't be phased, nonplussed by the illusion. Now you would say, well, that's all very well, but I can't bring myself to that. I start to shake and I can't stop it. It's not to do with my will. And no amount of gritting my teeth, clenching my muscles, exercising my willpower can get rid of the shakes when I am really scared. That's true. But you must remember that the secret to all this is not to be afraid of fear. When you can really allow yourself to be afraid and you don't resist the experience of fear, you are truly beginning to master fear. But when you refuse to be afraid, you are resisting fear. And that simply sets up a vicious circle of being afraid of fear and being afraid of being afraid of fear and so on. And that's what we call worry. Worry is simply a chronic condition. And people who worry are going to worry no matter what happens. Because when one possible threat is exterminated, they will immediately discover another. Because worry is an infinitely skinned onion. And you can go on and on and on, because the moment you see, you reduce the size of the onion and you get your worry down to about this, suddenly your whole sense of distance and size changes. And because you're looking so intently at this little onion, it fills your whole field of vision and is once again a big onion. See? You start peeling that down. But as you get another one about this size, then it enlarges itself in your judgment and your sense of values. And once more it's colossal. Now that's always going on. So if you are disposed to worry, there is always plenty to worry about. You make plenty of money and you have no troubles about that, then you start wondering if you're going to get a disease. And the doctor says, no, it's all right, you've nothing wrong with you. Then you wonder if you're going to get into an accident. And then you take precautions, and then you wonder if there's going to be a political revolution, etc. Whether your house is going to be robbed. There's always something. So it is really, this kind of worrying is a completely useless pursuit. And yet, we feel a little guilty if we don't do it. Because it's somehow put into us that a proper amount of worrying is showing a good sense of responsibility. You're concerned. And Paul Tillich used this word concern in a special way. And Quakers always use the word concern. And all people, you might say, who are socially conscious are concerned. So when we say, I'm concerned, it means I have a frown on my face. And I'm worried about you, about the nation, about the war, and so on. Concerned. And Tillich said, religion is ultimate concern. I am concerned about
the universe. And he used this wonderful decontaminated word for God, which he got from Eckhart, the ground of being. See, God still has whiskers on it, but the ground of being doesn't, obviously. And so ultimate concern is to be concerned about the ground of being. Well, now, I don't think I'm not sure about Tillich. I knew him, and he was a very wonderful man. But what I call concern, in the way I would want to interpret it, instead of this sort of frown, is something more like amazement. In other words, that existence is extremely peculiar. I can't explain this feeling because I don't know quite how to ask a question about existence so that I could be said to be wondering about it in some sort of clear-thinking way. It's a very nice thing to consider to yourself, that if you were going to have an interview with the Lord God, and you would have only 5 minutes, and you might ask one question, what would you ask? And you've got plenty of time to think this over in advance. And you realize, question after question, say, no, that's not really the thing I want to get at. It's not that. Like, do you exist? God would say, well, of course. Yes, here I am. Am I having a hallucination? He said, no. Well, how can I be sure that this isn't a hallucination, you see? And then you reject all that sort of question. And when you finally come down to it, you don't know what to ask. There is a sort of question in your mind, not so much a question as a questioning. A feeling of, it's all unbelievable. It's amazing. I wonder at it. I marvel at it. It is a miracle that there is anything. But it's like a friend of mine who went to a Zen master, got an interview after a good deal of trouble, an interpreter. And he sat down and said, you know, now I'm here, I don't know what to ask. I just feel like laughing. And Zen master said, well, let's laugh. And they just broke up. So, but that feeling, you see, of the marvelousness of being is what I call, or would want to mean by Tillich's phrase, ultimate concern. It's also love is involved in it. See, that's part of the problem of an abstractionist culture such as ours. As I indicated, we are not materialists, we are abstractionists. A materialist is a lover, and therefore is somebody related to the present. Because, you see, you can't love except in the present. When you have under your hands a piece of wood, and you say, my, hasn't that a gorgeous grain, you know, and you fondle it. If it moves, fondle it. And you run over this and think, hey, isn't that gorgeous, you see? Well, you're loving it. It may be that it's an apple in your hand, and you say, I love you so much I could eat you. And you eat it, and you relish it. That's loving in a special way. So concern and love, and there are many forms of love. There's a whole spectrum of different kinds of love, which runs from the red of libido to the violet of divine charity. But all of them are equally important because, as you know, you can't have the violet end without the red end, and vice versa. You wouldn't know what violet was unless you had all the other colors. The colors create each other. So it isn't simply black and white. Between black and white is the spectrum. And just as black and white arise mutually, so you know red in relation to yellow, in relation to green, in relation to blue, and so on. But they all come out of black and white. That's the secret. I think Mr. Land, who invented a camera, made a rather spectacular demonstration of this. So, if then you try to obliterate fear, the fear that black may win, you're working in the wrong way. To attack a fear is to strengthen it. Because immediately you feel guilty if you don't succeed, or you feel inadequate. But fear is something that arises naturally and spontaneously under certain circumstances, just as you will feel warm if you get near a fire. And you can't go up to a fire without some sort of self-hypnosis and then say, well, I refuse to be warm. There's something a bit weird about that. Besides, you often want to feel warm when you get near a fire. No, on the contrary, it is very natural to be afraid. And so if you don't try to knock it down, you don't try to make yourself over into some sort of preconceived idea of what you ought to be, then you're on the track. Now, when you think, for example, that I ought to change myself into something different, but what is the agency which will effect this change? Well, we could say two things. On the one hand, it's the same self that you want to change. So how can it change it? Or on the other hand, you can say that the idea that there is a sort of separate ego in you which can go to work on the rest of you is a hallucination. And that's why gurus and teachers set their students weird tasks. They may discover that the dissociated ego is indeed a hallucination. Now, for example, one of the ones that is commonly used is to get yourself a pure mind. And that means you control your thoughts and emotions. You mustn't have any violent or hateful emotions. You mustn't hate anybody. You mustn't have any sexy emotions. All pure ideas. Clean up. You know what happens? So many in the parent-child relationship. Many parents can't stand their children. They're a nuisance. They're the result of bad rubber goods, and they didn't mean to have them anyway. And they're expensive and noisy, and they've disturbed the peace of the place, and they detest them. But you cannot admit in this culture that you detest your child. That's the most awful thing. But you see what happens if you don't admit it is that whereas outwardly you go through the motions of being loving and beautiful, you don't smell right, and the child gets it. The child knows intuitively and inwardly that there's a crossed up message here. It says love, but it acts hate. Vice versa. A lot of children hate their mothers, hate their fathers. That's supposed to be very bad. And the whole pandemonium that's going on these days is largely due to that nobody can come out and be honest about it. So now control your thoughts. Watch that hate. The moment it arises, doing, knock it down. Well, now you know the guru who's teaching you all this. You've projected quite a bit on him. The fact that you accepted a guru at all shows that you have endowed another person with much greater wisdom than yourself. That's your opinion, incidentally. And therefore, people invariably attribute to gurus all kinds of astounding powers, especially of a telepathic nature. And indeed, a good guru is a very sensitive fellow and can tell by people's eyes and gestures and tone of voice all sorts of things about them, as can any experienced psychologist. But you see, when you are trying to control your thoughts, and you know you have some kind of wrong thought, you project upon the guru to recognize it instantly. He reads you. He sees right through you. And therefore you know that he almost must look at you as a terrible worm, because you can never quite succeed in doing it, you see. And the lesson of this is, you see, the whole point of this lesson is to discover that the alleged you, which is different from your thoughts and feelings, is a hallucination. There is a stream of thought and feeling going on, just like there is a stream of water going by, and that's you. It's an organized stream, just in the same way that when you see a whirlpool in a river, it's organized, it's recognizable, it has a shape, and it has an enduring shape, even though it is a constant flow. Or take a better illustration still, a flame on a candle. It is a stream of gas, and no particle of this gas stays in the flame for but a split second. But the flame keeps apparently there and is recognizable. I can say 1, 2, 3 flames, this one, that one, t'other one. And that's like us.
But that stream, which we are, is thought, feeling, what we call the body, everything like that. But the body is one of the most intangible things there is. You seem to be able to grab hold of it, but it is nothing more than a vibrating pattern of energy. And on it flows. So when you understand that, you can see a little bit more why Hindus speak of the body as Maya, as illusion. Because one of the things they mean by illusion is transitoriness as distinct from permanence. That is to say, everything in this world is disintegrating. And in fact, if it weren't, it wouldn't be there. Disintegration is life. And it's as important to see that as it is to see that there is no time and that black and white go together. Because to the extent that you see it is disintegrating, and that there's no way of stopping this, you can get into a frame of mind where you get with it, where you, as it were, give up and fall apart along with everything else. Now you might think, you see, again, in our general Western frame of mind, we would think, well, that's just giving up. That's spineless. That's cowardice. That's awful. And anybody who would just give up like that would be expected to become a slob. But the contrary is true. You see, in all what you might call the dynamics of the spiritual life, there are what appear to be many paradoxes. Courses of action which in common sense would lead to one result turn out in fact to lead to an opposite result. So you would think that a child who admits to hatred of parents, or vice versa, would act out the hatred, would do something violent. No, it is precisely the one who does not admit it that will act out and who will do something violent. Because like the monk of Siberia, who fasting grew wearier and wearier, the violence will at last burst from itself. It can't be contained. And I found again and again and again, going around especially in religious circles, where so many people are trying to not admit what they feel. Especially Puritans, prudes, very frequently have a strong streak of cruelty. And this, of course, can be a kind of sexual substitute, a sadistic or masochistic thing. That is simply because they don't admit to having a negative side. And so the negative side will express itself in a violent way. People who are always doing things for other people's good will be liable to bomb them for their benefit and utterly destroy them in the name of goodness. And this is because such people are not ever going to be good soldiers. I was talking a few weeks ago to the Air Force Weapons Research Lab at Kirtland, near Albuquerque. And I was somewhat surprised to be invited to this sinister institution. But it was full of extremely brilliant people. Fantastic minds. And so naturally we got onto the subject of strategy. Because military strategy is a very, very interesting thing. It contains all the basic life problems. And I said to them when I started out, I said, now, you have asked me to tell you as a philosopher what are my basic premises for moral behavior. Well, I said they are total selfishness. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you people. I'm going to be sentimental or anything like that, because you're dealing with military matters, where you have to be tough, and where you have to be so tough that you've no time for finer feelings. So let's begin that way. Now, I said you might imagine, therefore, that if I based my behavior on total selfishness, that I would go around being rude to people and aggressive and pushing through and so on. But I said I don't, because I found it doesn't work. People put up resistance, they get obstreperous, and I don't win them over. So my self-interest is better conserved by putting on a pretense of politeness and that I really am concerned about you all and so on. But I said I am not. This is just a big act. Now, and I said the next thing that happens is this. When I decide that I'm going to base everything on total selfishness, I start wondering what I want. Well, so many things that I thought I want, when I got them, I found out I didn't. So I have to go very deeply into the question, what do I really want? What sort of friends do I want? What sort of a house do I want? What sort of a life do I want? What sort of a job do I want to do? And you see, people don't think this through. They get all sorts of ready-made ideas of what they ought to want. Because what education does to us to so large an extent is to fit us into a set of prepared stereotypes. And we never stop to find out what we really want to do. Well, that's one thing. But then something else very odd comes up when I say I'm purely selfish, which is, what is me? And then I come across this curious thing, that I don't know who I am unless I know who you are. If I would live without any other people, I don't think I would know I was there. I see myself in terms of others. That is to say, by a social relationship. I am I because you are you. You are you because I am I. But then, something has gone screwy here, something funny about this. Which is, of course, that myself isn't at all what I thought it was. Myself is almost everything else as well as myself. Well, then I really don't know what to do, because there's no point in my thinking anymore that I can just go around attacking people and getting rid of them and so on, and because all I'm doing is sort of as if I was hungry and I started chewing on my own toes.
because I discovered that hurting others hurts me. Now, of course, you do have to cut your toenails and take care of your hair and things like that. And there's always some kind of violence is necessary in life, just like you have to kill a fish to eat it, or you have to kill an apple when you chew it. Well, it's sort of like cutting off the toenails and combing your hair and so on, clipping and things like that. And sort of like getting rid of dead skin and the general elimination process. But fundamentally, you see, when you think that there are dreadfully wrong people who ought to be obliterated, or that the world outside you is something that you are in a fight with, well, that's just like a person who is completely insensitive in the middle, so that he doesn't know that his leg end goes with the top end. You know that in worms, if a worm gets damaged, it develops a sort of calloused area in it. And the worm, when it wiggles, the rhythm of the wiggle doesn't pass through the calloused area. It has to wiggle separately on each end. So the worm, instead of going wiggle, 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 goes wiggle, bump, wiggle, wiggle, bump, wiggle. And a lot of people are like that physically. This is one of the important things that Wilhelm Reich found out, that people tend to have a state of tension in the diaphragm, as a result of which they can't swing. Have you ever tried to teach anybody to dance the hula? Lots of people just cannot bring themselves to make that hip motion. They're too rigid. And they're like the worm with a callus in them. Or then there's another myth about this. You know, there's a famous snake called Ouroboros. And he's always drawn chewing his own tail and eating it. Imagine what happens when the tail gets inside and it gets inside and inside and the whole thing is clutched up, you see. And this worm this snake is a symbol of what the Buddhists call samsara, that is to say the round or rat race of life and death. And this goes on so long as the worm doesn't know that his tail is himself. When he discovers that, he lets go of it and wiggles happily along like every good snake should. Of course, there is something more to it than that. You might say, well, why in the first place did he not realize that his tail was his own? Well, because he wanted something else. See, there wasn't anything except the snake in the beginning, because the snake is the symbol of God. But in the Upanishads, in the Isha Upanishad, first line of it said that in the beginning there was the one God, the Ishvara. And he said, I'm lonely. And so he made another, which was a woman. And he made love to her. As a result of which all gods were born. But the woman got guilty about this because she felt it was incest. And so she turned herself into a cow. And he became a bull. And he made love to her. And so came all cattle. And the same thing happened. She got guilty and turned herself into a sheep. And he turned himself into a ram. And so on. And by this means the universe was created. So, this is othering. It's called in Christian theology by the Greek word kenosis, which means self-emptying, where God others himself in the sense of getting himself into a position where he forgets he's God, or where he has abrogated omnipotence. Now, in the theory of games, it is absolutely important to abrogate omnipotence. Because you realize that if your knowledge and power was without limit, there were no obstacle to it whatsoever, there would be no way of realizing it. When we know for certain the outcome of a game, we don't play it. We call it off. And we invent a new game in which we don't know the outcome. So power, whether partial power or omnipower, will always be in a state of abrogating itself. So the fundamental game, therefore, the fundamental game form, which is manifested in the yang and the yin, the two opposites, is of course the game of hide and seek. Of remembering and forgetting. You see, really to forget is the opposite of remember, only the word hasn't the same form. We should put remember opposite dismember, because to remember is to put back the members of something that has been dismembered. So when the snake thinks that its tail isn't itself, it is dismembered. When the snake finds that its tail is itself, it's remembered. So that's why the Catholics say the words of Jesus at the Mass, "Do this in remembrance of me," so that you will discover that you are one body, which is, of course, the only body there is. Water, not disturbed by waves, settles down of itself. A mirror, not covered with dust, is clear and bright. The mind should be like this. When what beclouds it passes away, its brightness appears. Happiness must not be sought for. When what disturbs passes away, happiness comes of itself. At the sound of the bell in the silent night, I wake from my dream in this dream world of ours. Gazing at the reflection of the moon in a clear pool, I see beyond my form, my real form. The song of birds, the voices of insects, are all means of conveying truth to the mind. In flowers and grasses, we see messages of the Tao.
of the way of nature. The scholar, pure and clear of mind, serene and open of heart, should find in everything what nourishes him. Men know how to read printed books. They do not know how to read the unprinted ones. They can play on a stringed harp, but not on a stringless one, applying themselves to the superficial instead of the profound. How should they understand music or poetry? If you know the inner significance of things, the misty moon of the 5 lakes is all within you. If you understand the activity of human phenomena, the heroism and nobility of the great men of all ages is in your grasp. Walking alone, leaning on a staff, in a valley of pine trees, clouds rise round my monkish robes. Sleeping with a book as my pillow by the window beneath the bamboos, I wake when the moonlight steps on the floor cloths. A solitary cloud comes out of a mountain cave. It stays or departs without reference to anything else. The bright mirror of the moon hangs in the sky. It is aloof from both quietness and clamor. The Zen sect says, when you are hungry, eat. When you are weary, sleep. Poetry aims at the description in common language of beautiful scenery. The sublime is contained in the ordinary, the hardest in the easiest. What is self-conscious and ulterior is far from the truth. What is mindless is near. The body is like a boat adrift, floating along, or motionless in a deep pool. The mind is like a piece of burnt wood. What matters if it is split fuel or varnished with scented lacquer? Reading the Book of Changes at the morning window. I rub a vermilion stick of ink in the dew that drips from the pine trees. Discussing the sutras with a visitor, the sound of the wooden clapper is borne away on the wind from the bamboos. An ancient worthy says, "The shadow of the bamboo sweeps over the stairs, but the dust does not move. The disk of the moon passes through the water of the lake, leaving no trace." One of our Confucians says, "The stream rushes down swiftly, but all is silent around. The flowers fall incessantly, but we feel quiet." If you have grasped the meaning of this, in all your relations with things, you are free in mind and body. If your heart is without stormy waves, everywhere are blue mountains and green trees. If our real nature is creative like nature itself, wherever we may be, we see that all things are free like sporting fishes and circling kites. When in the mood, I take off my shoes and walk barefooted through the sweet-smelling grasses of the fields, wild birds without fear accompanying me. My heart at one with nature, I loosen my shirt as I sit absorbed beneath the falling petals, while the clouds silently enfold me, as if wishing to keep me there. Just as a whirlwind roaring down a valley leaves nothing behind it, so the ear is to have nothing to do with right and wrong. Just as the moon only reflects its light in a pool, so the mind, empty and unattached, does not know itself and the outside world as two things. When waves reach the sky, those in the boat are unaware of the danger, but onlookers are trembling with fear. A drunken diner is swearing and cursing at the others, but they are quite unalarmed, whereas those outside are biting their tongues in apprehension of a quarrel. Thus, with the superior man, his body may be immersed in affairs, but his mind is above and beyond them. Though my tea is not the very best, the pot is never dry. My wine is not exquisite, but the barrel is not empty. My plain lute, though stringless, is always in tune. My short flute, though a formless one, suits me well. Following Buddhas, adapting ourselves to circumstances, and our Confucian acting in accord with one's position. These two phrases are the life buoy for us to pass over the sea of life. The paths of life are illimitable. If we desire perfection, all kinds of obstacles arise. But if we obey our destiny, we are free everywhere. The following are verses from a book called Zenrin Kushu, verses which are collected from ancient Chinese and Japanese classics and which are used by Zen monks to understand the spiritual discipline of the koan, that is to say, their understanding of the ancient dialogues between Zen masters and their disciples. The translation of these verses is by Ruth Sasaki from her book Zen Dust, published by Harcourt, Brace and World. The cold kills you with cold. The heat kills you with heat. Above, there isn't a piece of tile to cover his head. Below, there isn't an inch of earth for him to stand on. When the mouth wants to speak about it, words fail. When the mind seeks affinity with it, thought vanishes. Sun and moon cannot illuminate it completely. Heaven and earth cannot cover it entirely. Though we are born of the same lineage, we don't die of the same lineage. When we're reviling one another, you may give me tit for tat. When we're spitting at one another, you may spew me with slobber. The deer hunter doesn't see the mountains. The miser doesn't see men. Last year's poverty was not real poverty. But this year's poverty is poverty indeed. The angels find no path on which to strew flowers. The heretics, secretly spying, find nothing to see. Last year's plum and this year's willow. Their color and fragrance are as of old. At the limits of heaven, the sun rises and the moon sets. Beyond the balustrade, the mountains deepen and the waters become chill. He sees only the winding of the stream and the twisting of the path. He does not know that already he is in the land of the immortals. He who would understand the meaning of Buddha nature must watch for the season and the causal relations. Every voice is the voice of Buddha. Every form is the Buddha form. The wild goose has no intention of leaving traces. The water has no thought of engulfing reflections. The instant you speak about a thing, you miss the mark. How can the mountain finch know the wild swans aspiring? The eight-cornered mortar rushes across the sky. The badger and the white bull emit a glorious radiance with no bird singing. The mountain is yet more still. In the spring beyond time, the withered tree flowers when the snowy heron stands in the snow, the colors are not the same. A pair of monkeys are reaching for the moon in the water. When pure gold enters the fire, its color becomes still brighter. Entering fire, he is not burned. Entering water, he is not drowned. A fish that can swallow a boat doesn't swim around in a valley stream. I do not emulate the sages. I do not esteem my own spirit. From the top of the solitary peak I gaze at the clouds. Close by the old ferry landing I am splashed with mire. the fishermen singing on the misty shore, all extol good fortune and honor. The woodcutters chanting among the lofty trees, together rejoice in the era of peace. On the top of the solitary peak, he whistles at the moon and sleeps in the clouds. Within the vast ocean, he overturns the waves and rouses the breakers. Not to take what heaven gives is to incur heaven's calamity. Not to act when the moment comes is to incur heaven's misfortune. Enwrapped in billows of white clouds, I do not see the white clouds. Absorbed in the sound of flowing water, I do not hear the flowing water. I take blindness as vision, deafness as hearing. I take danger as safety, and prosperity as misfortune. When I see smoke beyond the mountain, I know there's a fire. When I see horns beyond the fence, I know there's an ox. When an ordinary man attains knowledge, he is a sage. When a sage attains understanding, he is an ordinary man. Though a cockatoo can talk, it is still just a bird. Though an orangutan can speak, it's still just a beast. But for the rule and the compass, the square and the circle could not be determined. But for the plumb line, the straight and the bent could not be rectified. The dragon hum in the dead tree, the eyeball in the dry skull. When you are really master of the myriad forms, throughout the 4 seasons, there's no withering, no decay. A light breeze stirs the lonely pine. The sound is more pleasant, heard from close by. And now that I've shed my skin completely, one true reality alone exists. I had a very funny notion earlier today that I would read up a little bit on what I'm going to talk to you about. And I started in this book and got laughing because it doesn't really amount to anything at all. It's all words about words. And they were debating as to whether it was true that there's such a thing as causality, or that there isn't. Whether the cause and effect are the same event or different events. And they decided that they couldn't be the same because that would reduce the whole world to just a wodge of undifferentiated goo. On the other hand, they decided they couldn't be completely different because they'd have no connection with each other. And so the whole argument fizzled. And you have to realize that to what an enormous extent we are all utterly bewitched by words and are trying all our lives long to solve problems which only words create. Because the human being has got himself into a very funny bind. Having developed words which are enormously useful, obviously, we at the same time pay a price for them. And we are simultaneously, you see, helped and bewitched by words. And so you could say that being under Maya, under illusion, is also being spellbound and enchanted. Because when you lay a spell, you do it by spelling. You see, you make a magic with words. When a stage magician does some extraordinary feat in front of you, he always accompanies it with patter. And his talk, his line, is to distract your attention from what he's actually doing. And so by getting you enchanted with words, you don't notice what's going on. In the same way when people hypnotize you. It's very difficult to hypnotize a person without talking to them. But very easy if you talk. And you can hypnotize people in all kinds of ways that don't involve the standard routines. That is to say, the standard routines are making people stare at a bright object or at some revolving disc or tricks of this kind. But you can induce hypnosis just with words. And they don't even know they're being hypnotized. So, in a way, then, it is all philosophical problems and all religious problems are problems of language. Because if you don't use words, you don't have any problems. And that's the most extraordinary thing. You think, you see, that you've got words to help you solve your problems so that you can communicate with each other about things and help each other out and so on. That's true. It does, to a certain extent, words do solve practical problems, like, please pass me the salt, and would you light the fire for me, and let's go for a walk, shall we go hunting today, etc. All these things can be solved by words. But then, when you start really getting deeply involved in words, what you do is this. You assign words to various aspects of experience.
But the thing is that you wouldn't know what an aspect was unless you had words. The world it's true, we say it's differentiated because we see different shapes, different colors, and different motions, and we assign words to these differentiations, and so come to believe that the differentiations in the world are really different. But actually, when you see a cloud, it's true, the cloud is got lots of bumps on it. Now the question arises then, how many bumps does a cloud have on it? And are these bumps the same as the cloud or different from the cloud? Well, that's an asinine question, because it's only a question about how you're going to define it. It isn't a question about the cloud. And so in exactly the same way as a cloud is constantly moving and changing, or watch some cigarette smoke in the air, this is a lovely weaving pattern, watch it in a beam of sunlight, you know, and it's intricate, like a marvelous Moorish arabesque. But is each line of smoke a thing? Is it a separate event? Now you see the Buddhists look at the world as a weaving of smoke. That everything is in a state of flux or flow. And so the differentiation of things cannot hold except as a purely abstract and intellectual construct. But the power of these words is such that they can alter your feelings. And you notice this in early childhood, that children become completely fascinated with words, and they squabble more about words than about anything. Also, children become fascinated by adults' sense of time. A child goes through a very strange development, because on the one hand, a child has an enormous capacity for living in the present, for getting completely lost in, say, throwing pebbles into the water and watching the waves, or making funny noises and just making them and making them and making them, or sitting in front of a mirror and making faces. But the moment children get involved with their parents and their parents' system, which the children don't understand, because parents playing, what happens, you see, adults play games, and they don't let the children in on the rules. They say, you're not old enough to understand this yet. And they're not frank about it, because they're not too clear themselves. So children are constantly obfuscated by our rules, but also fascinated. So then, the time thing really gets children, because they're taught that all the adults are busy looking forward to something. See? So there are great occasions like Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving, 4th of July for fireworks, you see, and your birthday. And that's a special occasion. So children get this feeling that they'd like the calendar to cut out all the intervening days. And they just can't wait till the next event comes up. And so they want Christmas. And then boom, birthday. Then boom, Easter. You see, and boom, 4th of July. Or whatever like that, you see. They just can't wait. And this is because, you see, they are showing their bewitchment. Then also another thing children do is calling each other names. And they get very, very het up because somebody says to Johnny, you're a sissy. And you call me a sissy, and that's just terrible. I am not a sissy. or I am not. If he's learned to identify himself as a boy and somebody says he's a girl, there's a real fight about that, because they are terribly particular that the right word should apply to the right thing, and I am not what you tell me I'm, because the whole education of a child is really telling him who he is. All the teachers, all the adults, all the other children are constantly telling each other who they are. And at last we believe it. And so you come not to know who you are at all. You come to believe that you're what everybody tells you are. And so this gets very funny indeed, because we are all at once telling each other that we are unique. You see, you're different from me, and you're the only thing like you in the world. But at the same time, we're saying to each other, but you ought to be just like me. Because after all, if you're not really like me, you're so far out, you're not human. And so the more we tell each other that we are like each other, the less point there is in talking to each other. Because after all, if you're just the same as I am, we've got nothing to talk about. I can't learn anything from you because you're just like me. Then on the other hand, if you really are different from me, then I can find out something I never knew before. But I told you who you were in the first place, and you told me who I was. So we're making each other up. So long as, that is to say, as we live in that domain of words and defining who and what we are. Now, look at this whole thing. This is the situation. Maya, then, is to a very large extent a verbal creation. You notice cats and dogs, they don't have a religion, as far as anyone can see. They don't go to church, they don't have big philosophical problems, and we say they're, for that reason, uncivilized. But they're not really uncivilized. They have other things they do, which are just as complicated. But they don't have this hang-up with words. Words are magic, you see. In the beginning was the Word. By the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and all the hosts of them by the breath of his mouth, according to the Bible. And that means that not that the real world that you are looking at now, this wasn't created by words. But the world of separate things, separate people, separate events, that was created by words. Now I hope this is, I've said this to some of you before because you've been to earlier seminars, but this is absolutely fundamental for understanding what the Buddhist Mahayana doctrine of emptiness is. Shunyata. You see, in Sanskrit, shunya means void, and the suffix ta means ness, so voidness. And all the world is called sunyata, and that word doesn't mean that really there isn't anything, but it means there isn't anything. It is saying that the world does not consist of distinct things or distinct events. Things are nouns and events are verbs. And if you pick up any available and handleable piece of nature, the idea that this is a thing is just an idea. Because you see, this that I am touching is not an idea.
And it's not a thing because you can ask immediately, well, how many things is it? Well, that depends on how you divide it. You can say, well, it has a top and a bottom. That makes 2. Then there's cardboard covered with paper, and that makes 4. But then what about all the letters printed on it? They are also things, aren't they? What about the constituent molecules, the distinct electrons that prove themselves to be there upon physical analysis? How many things is it? It's as many things as you can figure. Because you see, a thing is a unit of thought. A thing is a think. In English, thing and think are alike. In German, ding and denken. In Latin, res means thing and reor means to think. To reify, we use even in English, means to thingify. When you say, for example, the lightning flashed. Now, actually, the flash is the same as the lightning. So you reify a thing called lightning, which does something called flashing. And so you create a ghost. And one of the great Chinese masters, Lin Ji, lived in the Tang Dynasty about 800 AD, said that his work as a Buddhist teacher was to beat the ghosts out of you, to exorcise you, to, in other words, disenchant. And so one comes to understand that there are in nature no things and no events. So this is the Sunyata doctrine. Things and events have only a verbal reality. And that is a thing that is as powerful for a person who's an intellectual as for a person who's not an intellectual. It isn't just that this is a problem from which brainy people suffer. All human beings suffer from it, because even the less brainy people are just as subject to verbal enchantment and to spellbinding and the magic of words as the very intellectual people. A child will sometimes escape from this, as in the story of the emperor's new clothes, when it is the child who notices that the adults are deceiving themselves with words. So then, Shunyata is the assertion that, actually speaking, the real world, which we will call, in our way of talking, the physical world, or the natural world, or even the material world, contains no things and no events. That things and events are purely abstract creations. Now, it's interesting, you see, that when we try to designate the real world, we'll use, say, the word material. And people get terribly confused by this, because we use the word material has opposed meanings within it, like the word responsible. If you say to someone, you're responsible, this is at one moment telling them that you're free and able to make decisions on your own, but at the same time telling the person that you'd better decide according to law, because you'll be held responsible if you make the wrong decision. It's telling them all in the same breath that they're free and bound. And of course this goes back to the original double bind, that when society tells the child that it is a free agent, in other words, you are responsible, the child is unable to resist this definition, because a social influence on another person, especially a child, is completely strong and irresistible. So the child is thereby compelled to believe that it's free. Now, I'm not saying whether you are or are not free. This is not the point. You may be, you may not be. But to be told that you must be free is a contradiction. And that's the situation every child is put in. So on the authority of society, you are told that, in a way, you're independent of society. And you must believe that you are, because we told you so. So, when in the same way we use the word responsible and it has a double take in it, so does the word material. When many people use the word material, they think they mean what you can touch and see and so on. That is to say, the real world. But then there are another kind of people who want to say that the material world is an illusion and that the spiritual world is the only world that's real. Even in, say, Judaism and Christianity, God is spirit, whatever that is. And God created the material world, so the material world is real, but a lower kind of reality than spiritual reality. St. Thomas Aquinas would define the material world as having contingent being as distinct from necessary being. Necessary being is being that exists of itself. It has what's called aseity, A-S-E-I-T-Y, which means it exists of itself. Buddhists use the words svabhava, or own being, for this same a Christian theological word. And but when you start thinking, what do you mean by the material world? The word material is related to the word maya, because matter is from the Sanskrit root M-A-T-R, mat, which is the same root from which maya comes. And maya originally from the root mater means to measure. It's a word that's used in laying out the foundations of a building. In other words, marking off an area. You meter it. So the material world has a dual sense, you see. It means on the one hand the world that is actually here, the real world, but it also means the world as measured. Now the world as measured is the way you figure it, not the way things are. So you see the duplicity in the idea of material? It works both ways. And so you say about something, does it matter? Well, that means, is it substantial enough to worry about, or is it just a ghost? If it doesn't matter, then it's spirit. You know this Christian Science joke. What is matter? Never mind. What is mind? No matter. So we say, mind out. Use your mind. I mind whether this happens or not. But that's the same thing as saying, it matters whether it happens or not. And language is so exciting when you start to analyze it in this way, because it reveals all the jokes that are in it. And so you discover then that many words, many fundamental ideas are full of duplicity. For example, in the word cleave in English means to separate and to cling to. The word sacra in Latin means sacred and accursed. The word altus in Latin means high and deep. And in Egyptian, ancient Egyptian, they use words like strong, weak. Well, that's how we would have to translate it. But you will find again and again, these are just a few I mentioned, there are ever so many words that have this double take in them and mean both of a pair of opposites. And so the word material is one of the very best examples of this. So when the Buddhist says then that the nature of the world is shunyata, he is not saying that if you were truly enlightened, your state of consciousness would be blank. And therefore that there would be no colors, no shapes, no outlines, no any kind of goings-on. Although there have been Buddhists who did make that misinterpretation. If you read, for example, the Sutra of the Sixth Patriarch, this is a Chinese Buddhist text recording the sermons of a great teacher who lived about 700 AD. This was his sort of flourishing time. He died in 713. His major concern is combating the prevalent idea among many of his contemporaries that enlightenment consisted in having a blank mind. They practiced the way of meditation that I was talking about yesterday when we were discussing samadhi as voidness of consciousness. And they tried to stop their sense processes altogether. You can approximate that, you see, by concentrating on a very, very restricted sense field. Say you can start counting your breathing, or you can focus your eyes on the little light on the tip of an incense stick, or on a spot, or anything. There's a Buddhist text, you know, that describes this. And when it says, or on anything, the commentator has made a footnote, and it says underneath, but not any wicked thing. You know, clergy are the same the world over. Then when you concentrate on this small point, and you've got your mind absolutely closed on this, then the idea is to knock away the point. And there's nothing at all, that you are not conscious of any differentiation. You keep your eyes closed, your ears plugged, and try to turn off everything else. See? Now this man, the sixth patriarch, Huineng, said that is not Buddhism at all. That is a way to become a stone Buddha. And you might just as well be a lump of wood or a piece of rock. The real meaning of emptiness, he said, is like space. Because space contains all the universe, but isn't stained by it. In other words, you cannot knock a nail into space, but you can have a nail in space. So he said, in the same way that the space is great, so the capacity of your mind or your original consciousness is likewise great. Whereas if you exclude everything, you make it small. So what is negated in the idea of emptiness, of shunyata, is not the world that we call the physical world. What is negated is concepts about it. It is saying there is no conceptual framework in which you can pin this world down. Because you see, the human being uses his conceptual framework to try to cling to his existence. And he will try to cling to his existence when he has been fooled into thinking that non-existence could overcome existence. Now, in existentialism, as it's set forward by people like Binswanger and Rollo May and so on, they keep saying, you are not an authentic human being unless you're anxious. Because the moment you realize that you exist, and this is indeed self-consciousness, this is coming to be aware of life, appreciating life, I exist, and isn't that extraordinary? Then you at the same time become aware that you have the possibility of not existing. As soon as you realize that you're alive, you know you could be dead. And so this comes with what Korzybski called time binding. By realizing time, by being able to predict the future, you see other people die, and you know you will die. Maybe animals don't worry about that. We don't know. Apparently, they live more in the present and work on the assumption that they're immortal until they're not, which is a very good assumption. And but we predict, you see, so that the sensation of being implies non-being. But we don't see through this all the way. We think that non-being will swallow being. So that there will, whereas there's only being exists for a short time, non-being could go on forever. But we don't realize that non-being is as much dependent on being as being is on non-being. This is relativity. And shunyata also, besides meaning emptiness, means relativity. It means when you say in Madhyamika philosophy, this is called Madhyamika, that Nagarjuna invented. This is what the subject of this seminar, just in case anyone's forgotten. Madhyamika means the philosophy of the middle way. And the middle way refers to what is in common between all oppositions, but can't be stated, because when you talk, you can only talk about opposites. Since all words are labels on pigeonholes called classes. So when you say, does it exist or does it not exist? Is it in the category of existence, like a horn, or the category of non-existent like the horns of a rabbit, or the child of a barren woman, or a eunuch's beard. You know, they have all these ancient metaphors that come from the Upanishads that go through all Buddhist literature. The horns of a hare. There is, incidentally, a bar in a place called Van Horn in Texas, very close to El Paso, where there is a stuffed jackrabbit with horns on behind the bar. When I've ever driven through there, I always get some postcards of it to send to my various Buddhist friends. Because but anyway, the point is in saying that shunyata means relativity, saying that everything that we call a thing or an event has no svabhava, which means no own being. This is how Edward Conze translates it. Because it doesn't exist by itself. It only exists in relation to everything else. So, in other words, you don't know that there is a material object unless you see it in a space. So the space and the object support each other mutually. You wouldn't know the space was there unless the object was there. So although you think about things as if they existed independently, that's because you're bewitched. But when you go into it more deeply, you realize, of course, nothing can exist by itself. Everything goes with everything else. But this is above all true of you. If you say, I am a thing, I am an event, this is because you've made the mistake of identifying your actual reality with your idea of yourself, which is only a symbol. And so we are panicked, going back to the way the child is brought up, by our ideas of ourselves. People say, you are this, you are that, you are the other thing. You are the winner. Hooray, you're the loser. Oh, see? That's awful. But actually, you're neither. You say to somebody, you know, you're going to go on living. Hooray. Put off dying for another few years. Great. They say, no, you must die at once. Oh, that's terrible. It's no different. Because all you're going to gain with more time is more anxiety. Longer to worry about. What's your objection to dying now? It's just an idea. That's what gives us trouble. Oh, it hurts. Well, what about that? Pain. This is a thing that is very largely educated. When, as a child, you have pains, your mother says to you, oh, you poor darling. And you think about yourself, oh, my poor darling, you see? When you throw up, you vomit, she says, ugh. When you go to the toilet and you make smells, she says, ah. But you know you liked that smell originally. It was great. Especially your own. But you were taught not to like it. And then when people were around you, your friends and relatives and old people, and they started to get sick and die, you watched everybody worry about them. And then you learned to worry. So all this conditioning is put into you that it's great to go on living. It's terrible to stop living. You see? All this is learned, where actually there's no problem about it. Stop implies start, just as start implies stop. Don't you realize that anything that happened once can happen again? Where were you before you were born? Any recollections? And suddenly, here you were. All right, where do you go when you're dead? Same place you were before you were born. Where else is there to be? Can you experience nothing forever and ever? So you see, the nature of being is not just being. The nature of being is being non-being. And this, though, is only words. This is why in the Buddhist doctrine they say it is neither being nor non-being. Nobody can say what it is. You can only show it. And that's why in Zen, when you ask what is the ultimate nature of Buddhism, the master does this. Or he may just say, ha ha. Now, this is no symbolism attached to this. He's not saying the ultimate nature of Buddhism is in some way or other symbolized by a matchbox, or that a matchbox is a manifestation of the universal energy field. You see? All that is talk. The point is, get to this. So it is called not only shunyata, which means voidness or relativity, it's called tathata. Tathata we translate suchness. And tathata is simply thatness. When a child first starts talking, it says da. The first thing a child says, da, da, da. And in our culture we say it's calling its father. And we say dada. Unless it says ma first, and then it means mama. But the child is actually saying ta, which is our word that. See? Point. Da, 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 that. So ta-ta-ta is the thatness. It's there, you see, what you can't talk about. So then, the real nature of samadhi, or in meditation, is to learn to be aware without using words. And you find that, of course, you're hypnotized by words, and they keep running in your head automatically, and you believe them. But the art of practicing, say, Zazen, is to learn not to exclude anything from your senses. Let all sights and sounds and smells and feelings come to you, but don't call them anything. Stop naming them. Because, after all, if you keep talking and thinking all the time, do you realize you have nothing to think about except thoughts? Supposing I never stop talking. Some of you only know me in a talking scene, and you may think that I talk all the time. I don't. I occasionally listen to other people talk and read what other people have to say. That gives me something to talk about. Well, now, thinking is a kind of talking. Thinking is subvocal talking. Now, if I think all the time, I don't have anything to think about except thoughts. So to have something to think about, you must stop thinking some of the time. Just as you must stop talking some of the time to know what other people have to say. So meditation is the art of stopping thinking for the time being. That's the first stage of it. There's a second stage. I'll explain in a moment. But the first stage is to learn how to suspend thought. And you can do that by thinking about nonsense. That's why those chants that they sing, that I played to you, don't mean anything at all. And they are for the purpose of stopping thinking. Because the easiest way to do it is, instead of trying to stop thinking, is to look at your thoughts as meaningless words. That's when it's funny. You know you get a funny feeling by taking the word yes and saying it several times. And you think, well, that's a strange noise that we use. Yes, 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 yes. And so by this way you tease yourself out of thought and you get into the no-thought state. Then when you are in the no-thought state and you are simply observing the world without commentary, you will realize that there are no problems in the world. There is no time. Likewise, there is no eternity. There is no this, and likewise there is no that, because this and that are purely verbal creations. So if you want to say anything at all, you just call it suchness. Now then, when you can do this, you will discover that you can go a stage further, that you can go on thinking, but fundamentally preserve an attitude of not thinking. You aren't under the limitation as if to say to yourself, well, you mustn't think, that would be naughty. That would be the wrong, non-Buddhistic thing to do. You can perfectly well think and conduct all kinds of practical business and live a complete human life. But once you've learned the secret of what's called mushin in Zen, no mind, or void mind, you can go on because you're no longer fooled by your thoughts. So we had a marvelous discussion in Japan with a Zen master. He was saying, he was explaining, just as I've explained to you, all about meditation being non-thinking. And then he said, you know, it's the same way as the Japanese carpenters. They build without a plan. And so in the same way, you don't need a conceptual framework to live your life. When he said, we were discussing all the people who were translating the various texts of Zen Buddhism into English, and he said, this is a waste of time. There's no need to translate all this stuff. Because he said, if you really understand Zen, you can use any book. You can use the dictionary, the Bible, or Alice in Wonderland. He said, after all, the sound of the rain needs no translation. So when once a monk asked a Zen master, how do you get into the path? See, all I've been talking is theory. Now, you ask me, how do you practice it? And he replied, do you hear the stream? He said, yes. He said, there is the way to enter.
I suppose you may think it rather nervy of me to devote this whole seminar to talking about nothing. But it's about space. And in most people's minds, space is just nothing. Unless it's filled with air. But once you get outside the air, space may be in some way crossed by floating bodies, by various kinds of electrical vibrations, light waves, cosmic rays, etc. But since the Michelson-Morley experiment, which seemed to prove conclusively that there wasn't any such thing as ether, some kind of attenuated fluid through which light was propagated, space is just isn't there. It's a way we have, in other words, of talking about distances between bodies. In other words, when we say the distance between them increased, as if the distance were a substantive that does something, like the man walked, the distance increased. But I suppose what we are actually saying is that the two bodies we are talking about increased the distance between themselves. They did it. But then you suddenly find that you've got distance as an object. They increased the distance now being the object of the verb, whereas before it was the substance, the subject. And so at once one begins to see there's something fishy about space. And after all, it is the background against which we see everything. And even a blind person has a sense of space in that which does not obstruct motion. And yet, the funny thing about space is that in a way it doesn't end where a solid begins. You can shift a solid around in space without apparently altering it in any way. And after all, there is space between the two sides, shall we say, or ends of the solid. We can think of that in terms of space and measure it in terms of space. But it is against space that we experience everything that we experience. And, by the way, also, we experience everything not only in the dimension of space, but also in the dimension of time. And the fascination about space and time is that while they are basic to all possible experiences that we have, you just can't put your finger on them. Space seems to be completely immaterial. And when St. Augustine was asked what is time, he said, I know what it is, but when you ask me, I don't. So these two basic dimensions of our physical world are uncommonly elusive. We could perhaps say that they are pure abstractions. There is no such thing as space, and there is no such thing as time. They are merely our way of measuring and thinking about the behavior of the physical universe as a pattern, a system of patterns, energy patterns. And if you measure the movement of these patterns, the line along which you measure motion is called the timeline. If you measure their positions, the line along which you measure their positions you would call the space line. And these two lines would be as abstract as the equator in relation to longitude 0. These things don't exist on the physical face of the world. They are imaginary lines and are only to be found on maps. Could you also say that the same thing was true of time and space? We think, for example, that there are 3 coordinates of space and 1 of time. The three coordinates of space being length, breadth, and depth. And through that runs one of time. But come to think of it, it's rather artificial. It is making us think of space as having a sort of grain to it, as if it were a crystalline substance, and however transparent the crystal, it does have a grain. And space has the grain of up, across, and through. Those are the three ways in which we think of space. And we can't think of any more. Not with our senses. We can mathematically conceive spaces with infinitely many dimensions. That is to say, you can write it down as if it were so, but you can't conceive it in your imagination. You can draw, it's great fun to draw, a four-dimensional cube having four spatial dimensions. It's called a tesseract. And tesseract is a good word to apply to a person who is ultimately square. The four-dimensional square. But the tesseract, you see the minute you draw it, that obviously you can't have more than the three right-angular dimensions of space, or the coordinates, in any kind of solid figure that you know. And so you can think about it in terms of mathematics, but you can't conceive more than these three coordinates sensuously. And so we begin, it's basic common sense to us that space has this structure. But of course, the question is this a structure of space? Or is it a structure of the human nervous system, the human brain, and human thought, which is projected onto the external world as a tool for measuring it? This is one way of approaching the problem. But there's another way altogether, which is to consider space as anything but nothing. If space is basic to all that we experience, as time is, you might say then that space is as near as we can imagine to being the ground of the world, or what some people have called God. The texts of the Hindus, Buddhists, and Taoists are full of ways in which the symbol of space is used to mean the ultimate reality. Space is used in basic Indian philosophy, in Vedanta. It is called Akasha. And Akasha is for them the fundamental element. There are 5 elements: earth, water, air, and fire, and Akash. And so space contains all the other elements. In Buddhist philosophy, where the ultimate reality is called Shunyata, the void, the Chinese will translate the Sanskrit Shunyata with their character that means sky or space. And the Taoists would say, quoting Lao Tzu, the usefulness of a window is not so much in the frame as in the empty space through which something can be seen. The usefulness of a vase is not so much in the sides made of clay as in the hollow inside into which something can be put. And of course that is a startling metaphor for a Westerner, because we think the other way round, you see. As I started out to say, we really think commonsensically that space is nothing at all. And we are much more sympathetic to the idea that it's pure abstraction than to the Oriental idea that space has some kind of basic reality. It bothers us, too, when astronomers talk about curved space. How can nothing be curved? Or properties of space? Or expanding space? How can it do that? And then when architects begin to talk about the functions of spaces, the commonsensical Westerner thinks, why don't they talk about the functions of walls? Of course, the walls enclose spaces, but the spaces of themselves have no function. And they're bothered about this. Painters also are very aware of space, because especially if you paint in oils, you have to paint your background. And therefore, in filling it in, you begin to realize that it has its own shape. It is the obverse of the foreground. And when you play with photographic negatives, or anything that switches foreground to background, you begin to become aware of space as having a shape. The interval between all sorts of objects becomes for you something significant, even though it's constantly flowing and changing, as indeed are the objects within the space. So it is a kind of a bit of a shock to our common sense, which in most cases has not caught up with 20th century physics or astronomy, to hear space considered as something effective, as something definitely there, so that you could say it has properties. Take another case of space, which is rather startling. There are different kinds of space. Space is basically, isn't it, an interval? There is an interval between each one of us sitting here. If we didn't have that, we would suffocate by being packed together like sardines. We need space in order to function as a human being. We need a kind of area in which to gesture and move and walk about and breathe and express ourselves. Now, you can have intervals not only in space but in time. Pauses are intervals. You can also have intervals in sound, the intervals between tones or notes. And the interesting thing about the intervals between tones is that they are that upon which the hearing of melody depends. Melody is here. To hear melody is to hear intervals. Now, if you will simply visualize melody in terms of something graphic, supposing you represent a simple, say, introduction of a fugue, or whatever, you can see that in terms of a dancing line or a series of points at different levels representing, like musical notation, the high ones and the low ones. And you will recognize a pattern. But you see at once that the pattern depends on the way the critical dots in it are spaced. And it doesn't matter much whether the space is a big space or whether it's a little one, because it will always be relative to the size of the dots. You can magnify it or minify it, but you will see it is the way they are spaced that makes the difference. And here once again we are using spaced as a transitive verb now. We've talked about spaces or distances increasing, or people increasing a distance, and now we can talk about space as a verb, to space, to be spaced. And so once again the language is either playing tricks on us or else expressing a profound intuition. Language does both, and you have to watch out for which it is. Of course, it may be both. That is a possibility. But here at once you see, especially in that illustration of music, of it being necessary to hear intervals in order to hear melody, you see that the way things are spaced is really another way of talking about the way things are related. So you begin to realize that space is relationship. Go further now. There is another idea about space which is connected with with all the Oriental uses of space. It is quite fundamental to Indian and a great deal of Chinese thinking that space equals consciousness. In other words, what actually we are experiencing as the all-inclusive space in which things happen is your mind. And your mind, of course, is not something inside your head. That is a great mistake to make. Your head is something in your mind. We can define a person's mind in many ways, but beginning with something rather simple, mind is occupied with thinking. Most people think in words. And you didn't get words out of your head. You got them from the community in which you live and were brought up. So when you think in a language which your community gave you, you are not really thinking your own thoughts. It is very difficult indeed to have private thoughts, because when the very materials with which you think are public property, it shows what a vast influence the public has on you in the deepest recesses of your mind. It's therefore very difficult also to think freely, independently, because we are pushed around with the symbolic systems of words or of numbers in which we think. But since you see the functioning of the mind in the process of thinking depends upon an outside community, you begin to see that your mind is a network of relationships. You think only in the context of an environment of people and of natural processes. So that you could say that your mind is at the very least a most complex network of present and past relationships stretching out to the very limits of the universe. And this, as I've often said, explains such truth as there may be in astrology. That when you want to draw a map of a person's soul, you draw a map of the universe as it was when he was born. We say that is your chart. That expresses you in a special way. Now, the astrologer's maps are very crude. They're based on a rather primitive view of the universe. But the truth of it is there, you see, that who you really are, your soul, your mind, is the total universe as focused upon you. And this connects with what in Mahayana Buddhism is called the doctrine of mutual interpenetration. Namely, that every thing event in the world, anything, in other words, supposing the whole world is a moving pattern, and then you want to identify the wiggles in the pattern. It's very difficult to determine how much of a wiggle makes one wiggle. But by a sort of calculus in which we chew the thing up, we say all this wiggly world consists of so many wiggles, and each individual wiggle is a thing event. What is called in Japanese, ji means a thing event. And so the idea of the doctrine of mutual interpenetration is that every thing event in the universe implies all the others. It goes with it. Doesn't matter how long it lasts or how short it lasts. The fact that it is or the fact that it was implies the existence of everything else. To put it in another way, the fact that there is a moth flying around me, it's very small, and it will soon run into a candle and extinguish itself. That little incident would not be possible at all except in the context of all these galaxies. Because their existence goes with the possibility of there being such a minute little life fluttering around. What is not so easy to see is the picture in the opposite direction. That in the same measure, all these galaxies depend upon and go with this little moth. As the poet Suso, Henry Suso, once said. No, it wasn't Suso. Someone like him, lived about the same time. I'll think of it in a minute. Anyway, he said, I know that without me, God could not live for one moment. And this is the other aspect of it. And this is the difficult one to understand. And we shall be able to approach this in the course of the seminar. In fact, if you realize that, then you've really got it. You've got the point of your own existence. But to get the reverse picture, you have first of all to get clearly its opposite one, namely that the existence of any one minute little thing is intimately related to everything. And then what happens when you clearly understand that, and you've really got that, your mind does a flip, like that. You know, it's like when you squeeze the air into in a sausage balloon, and you get all the air squeezed up, you think, into one end of the balloon, and suddenly it goes bloop, and it comes out the other end, you see? Well, it's sort of like that. And you have to be very careful at that point not to go crazy. But because you see, when you find out that all this universe depends on you, some people get frightened, others get cocky, and from both things, disasters can follow. You have to discover that and then be natural. Act as if nothing happened. So then this Buddhist idea, Mahayana Buddhist idea of mutual interpenetration is expressed by the great simile of the net of jewels, in which you have a multidimensional spider's web in the morning dew, and on inspecting one dewdrop you see the reflections of all the others. And in each reflection, in turn, the reflections of all the others. And again, and again, and again. And so, of course, one discovers this to be no mere philosophical fancy, no mere metaphor. When you start working with laser beams and finding out that you can reconstruct a whole photograph from a tiny snip out of the negative. Because the crystalline structure of the whole photographic field, the chemicals spread over the acetate or whatever, when it's exposed to light, all those crystals change in harmony with each other. See, supposing we all touch each other, and then somebody says boo, we'll all jump a little bit together. And if you examine any one jump carefully enough, any one individual jumping, you will see, if you can find out enough about it, that the way he did it was in response to the ones next to him, and they did it in response to the ones next to them, and they jumped so far because they couldn't push any further, and some were a little bit pulled in their jump, and so on. And by seeing exactly what one of them did, you could reconstruct what all of them were doing. Only usually we don't bother to think about things like that, because it takes too long. And this is one of our great difficulties as human beings, that the mode of thinking upon which we largely rely for our practical calculations is unbelievably clumsy, because it can only deal with one thing at a time. And that doesn't get you anywhere. That's, in a way, why a great deal of scientific work is apt to be trivial. It's all very well if I had all that time to think it out. But I don't. I have to make practical decisions in a hurry. And no time. But on the other hand, here is nature. Here is your body. Not merely your body by itself as something bounded by the skin, but your body in relationship to a whole community of people and animals and bugs and vegetables, functioning in this astonishing way, doing myriads of things all together everywhere at once, and not thinking about it at all. It is astonishing, you know, how we overlook that. Because, of course, this is a faculty which everybody possesses. And therefore we say, well, that sort of cleverness is a dime a dozen. What we like to distinguish is special cleverness. People who can do strange tricks, like great feats of thinking and talking and intellectual and cerebral performance. But we mustn't forget that there are also people who do absolutely astonishing things without thinking at all. There are jugglers. There are very beautiful people. That's pretty astonishing when you pick out someone and say, gee, isn't she gorgeous? And that's done without thinking. And it embarrasses many women to be told that they're beautiful, because they want to be admired for their intellectual achievements rather than for the bodies which their parents provided for them. And so we're a little bit on the defensive about the things that we achieve without our egos being in charge. But we do the most beautiful things that we do, really, by that means, because all that thought and intellectuality can do is it can embellish your natural talents. A lot of people who are incredibly good at thinking never do anything creative because they have no talent available. They may have it, but they don't know, they don't trust it, they don't know how to make use of it. And therefore, their intellect works to little purpose. Because the function of the intellect is to be the servant of the organic intelligence. You see? Only what we're doing is we're trying to make the intellect the master. The intellect is a wonderful servant, just so long as it knows its place. But once it becomes saying to nature, look, you you submit. I know how you ought to be run. And I'm going to take charge. That is the moment of hybris, where Adam eats the fruit of the tree of knowledge, that is to say, of technical knowledge, and tries to be God to the world. And God says, okay, baby, you try. Then you see you've got to work. That's why the curse of eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge was work. Everything became work. Cats, dogs and birds, they don't do any work. It's true, they scurry around getting food, but that's what there is to do. That's fun. That's life. That's living. It's not work. Besides, you don't have to think about it. You have your brain tells you where to look for it. Your nose tells you where to find it. You do what comes naturally, and there it is. And if God so clothed the grass of the field, which today is and tomorrow is cast into the oven, how much more will he clothe you, faithless ones? But I never met a minister, never, who would not comment upon that is a very impractical passage which we can't live up to. But to get back to space, all I was showing in this sort of digression was that our mind, our self, is not inside our heads, but extends. And so you see, you have as the great vehicle of this extension of the universe, you have space. And you see immediately that you cannot pin space down. You cannot really conceive space at all. Look at the wonder a child has when it asks questions and begins. What's up there? What's beyond? What's after that? What's after that? The child is absolutely fascinated by thinking about that. Do you know all children are fascinated with infinity? Don't you remember seeing, say, a child's book? And on the cover of this book is a little girl sitting, reading the same book, with the same little girl on the cover, and so naturally there's another little girl on the cover of the book she's looking at in the picture. And so the child begins to wonder, how small can it get? How far can it go? Or they get in opposing mirrors and look, and gee, that's wonderful. Why can't you line them up so that it doesn't just disappear around the corner always? Couldn't you get in straight on this? Seems so difficult. Mommy, what did God do before he started the world? To think back. What would it be like to be in heaven and live forever and ever and ever and ever? And immediately this somehow stretches the skull. And children love doing this because children are always trying out experiments on themselves. They prod themselves, pull themselves. They love to spin in circles and make themselves feel dizzy. Because that's a great thing, that feeling. They're going like this, you see. They're always fascinated with the limits of experience. So what's out beyond that? The Of course, now when a sophisticated astronomer tries to tell you that space is finite, we resent this and say, all right, space is finite, but what's outside it? Well, the astronomer says, you see, you can only talk about an outside, inside space. Outside space, there is no outside. You see, the mind won't take it. The sense, you see, of infinity. So, this space fascinates us. Going on forever. Expanding. It seems to be actually going on forever. You see? If the universe is a huge explosion. But you can see, can't you, I think this. Space, although you cannot pin it down, and has the quality of infinity, there's no way of talking about space, because it has no color, it has no weight, you can't cut it, you can't possibly chop it into pieces. And yet, at the same time, you cannot differentiate it from solids. We come to another important point here, you see. That solid and space are in a secret conspiracy with each other. Actually, there's very little solid in the world. Most of what appears to be solid appears so by virtue of the speed at which it's jiggling. It's like an electric fan, which when put in rotation, the blades appear to form a solid disc. And this chair is solid for rather the same reasons. Well, you can't put your finger through it. It's moving too fast. But actually, whatever it is that's dancing in space is increasingly difficult to define. The more you think about energy, you see, and you can make a calculus of energy like you make a calculus of wiggles in the world, and you can say there are various waves or wavicles or particles of energy which we give all sorts of different names to, but the more we pursue it, the more it all seems to disappear. Like space, the more you try to think what it is, the more difficult it is. So in the same way, the more you try to say, now come on, let's sit down. What is this here? It's all right if you stop at a certain point. Then you say, well, now we know, that's practical. Let's not ask any more questions. Someone say, shut up. See? If you keep on asking questions, everything falls apart. You notice this in the scholarly world. Scholars spend far more time debunking than they do creating. Because everything that has ever happened has been debunked, practically. You can show that there is no evidence, that Julius Caesar existed, not really. Certainly there's no evidence that Jesus existed, that Socrates existed. There's a great deal of doubt about Plato. Probably the Emperor Ashoka was a myth, and so on. You know, you can go on in that indefinitely. Finding out that there really is no evidence. I don't know, that probably the same sort of thing is happening with the Warren Commission. I don't know. Or that it's something that it didn't happen anyway. Because that is the work of the analytical intellect, you see. When you finally try to be God, that's to say, define it exactly. Now, just where is it? And let's get perfectly clear so that it's fixed, see? And it all becomes slippery. Because in order to handle the world, you see, you have to touch it rather gently. You mustn't try to pin things down. As they say in Zen, you do not try to drive a nail into the sky. Because that's the beauty of space, you see. It has there's nothing in it to hang on. It hasn't a hook to put your hat on, you know, somewhere in space. And yet, it hasn't got a floor to fall onto. See, if space had a concrete floor on the bottom, it'd be pretty dangerous stuff. But it doesn't. There's nowhere in space to collide with space. You can run into somebody or something else, yes, but not with space. Figure then on this. Work on this hypothesis, you see. It's only a hypothesis at the moment, nothing more. That space is you. Because you are equally inaccessible to inspection. When you look to find out who you are, somebody like a Zen master will interrupt you and say, "Excuse me, but who is it that wants to know? And who is it that's looking?" Find out that. So you know you're chasing your own tail like a little dog. And you never catch up with it. There's all this, you see. So space is like you. Only we turned in the ordinary way to think of ourselves. We make the gesture like this. See? I'm here. We go this way. I can feel this. I'm inside it. It's me. See? But always when you get a certain feeling about things, examine the opposite possibility. That you are this. Now we're going to look in due course at the neurology of this, but you do see that what you see outside you and feel outside you is the way you feel inside your skin. Since all the optical images, shapes and colors and everything, are neurological states in the brain. So what appears to you as outside is the most intimate feeling you have of the inside of your head. Because you know, it's difficult to feel the inside of your head unless you have a headache or a tumor or something. But in the ordinary way, the inside of your head is unconscious, and the surgeon can open up your skull and put instruments in the brain and you won't feel them at all. Brain is very anesthetized. So in order to feel the brain, you have to look out there. See? And that's how it feels in the brain. So I'm just trying to give an indication of how to get the feeling of reciprocity of you on the one hand. It's easy to see, as I said, you depend on the whole show. Now I want you to see the opposite and equal truth, that the whole show depends on you. So that you don't anymore put yourself down as this wretched little bacterium living on this obscure planet that revolves around a minor star on the outer fringes of one of the lesser galaxies. This is the great 19th century put-down of man. How nice to be all unimportant. Watch out for this. Watch out for the political consequences of everybody is equally inferior. The political consequences emerging and becoming cleared as day goes by. Barbarism is the answer to that. Untrammeled violence, police states, and shocking disregard for human existence, because they're only wretched little bacteria. See? Let's get rid of a whole lot of them. Zip, burn them up. Now this is not unrelated, you see, to this feeling of the individual as someone who doesn't matter at all, which can be the reaction against the philosophy of life in which an individual mattered too much in the wrong way. In the Christian tradition, we have made the individual matter too much in the wrong way. That is to say, you as an ego are infinitely precious. God has made each one of you separately, and each one of you as a separate ego will last forever. And therefore you're all important in the eyes of God. But you better know your place, baby, because you're subjects of the king. But on the other hand, the other way of looking at the individual as an incarnation of the divine, as God, him or it or herself, coming on at God everywhere. Did you realize how fascinating that is? That if you were God, wouldn't it be fascinating to see myriads, to know yourself in terms of myriads of reproductions of yourself, all different? And really different, like other people seem to be different from you. And they've got a secret in them. You don't know what they're going to do next. See? So they are alive. If I push you and you just go, bleh, I see it's only plastic. If you jump a little, I say, that's someone else. I don't know what she's going to do next. See, that's what I'm looking for. That's what we're all looking for in personal relationships. And that's, you see, you can imagine, if you simplify it. Here is a kind of ball of light, which is the divine being. But it's fascinating. It's fascinated with itself. And so in order to find out its own possibilities, you see, it puts another one out there. And they bounce together. Flip, there comes another, you see. They go all over the place. And so you get this idea of ever so many echoes of one sound, and they're all chattering back. But they're not just plain uniform, you see. Soon you introduce into this the element of differentiation, so that each one looks as different as possible from the other. But it's all one, because there can't be the sense of I am, I, without the sense of there is someone else, something else, there is other. I and other imply each other as much as solid implies space. Well, we'll have an intermission.
Oh, nothingness. Bleh! Heaven preserve us from that. But...
Hello, I am a person. Please give us your bones.
Now imagine yourself with a spherical eye. You see all around. Now what's in the middle? See? Even if I have all this behind me in view, suddenly I will find that there is something in the middle of it all. There's a hole in the middle of reality. Like now, there seems to be not so much a hole but a wall. But any animal which had eyes in the back of its head would have the sensation I'm describing. Now, you may say to me, eternity, it's a curious thing. How can I face the fact of nothing, which is by definition not a fact? You see? Why, that's one of the people who want to rule the world. It's to frighten you about death. Death is real, see? I mean, don't indulge in wishful thinking. All you people who dream of an afterlife and heavens and gods and mystical experiences and eternity, oh, you don't face the facts. What facts? How can I face the fact of nothing, which is by definition not a fact? You see? All this is eternity, from whichever way you look at it. So if you really go the whole way and see how you feel at the prospect of vanishing forever, of all your efforts and all your achievements and all your attainments turning into dust, nothingness, what is the feeling? What happens to you? It's a curious thing that in the world's poetry, this is a very common theme. The earthly hope men set their hearts upon turns ashes, or it prospers, and anon, like snow upon the desert's dusty face, lighting a little hour or two, is gone. All kinds of poetry emphasizes the theme of transience. And there's a kind of nostalgic beauty to it. A banquet hall deserted. After the revelry, all the guests had left and gone their ways. The table with overturned glasses, crumpled napkins, breadcrumbs, dirty knives and forks lies empty. And the laughter echoes only in one's mind. Then the echo goes. The memory, the traces are all gone. That's the end, you see.
This seminar is going to be a fundamental course on cosmic gamesmanship. We shall discuss first of all the yang and the yin, because what we are studying is the way whatever may be called the universal energy plays. And so the fundamental thing is yang and yin, the positive and negative principles, to use the Chinese words. Next we shall discuss relativity. Next we shall discuss group theory, in and out. And finally, we shall discuss identity. Who are you? But in starting, the moment one talks about cosmic gamesmanship, it carries with it the assumption that the physical universe is a game. And that doesn't seem to be taking it sufficiently seriously. Of course, according to Hindu philosophy, the physical universe is an illusion. They use the word Maya. But Maya has many meanings, and among these meanings, only one is illusion. And the word illusion, of course, always carries a bad connotation to Western ears. We want something that's for real. But it doesn't necessarily carry such a bad connotation to Hindu ears, because the word Maya also means magic, creative power, art, and of all things measurement, because it comes from the Sanskrit root matra, M-A-T-R, from which of course we get meter, matter, and the Latin mater, mother. In other words, the world is looked upon, or can be looked upon, as a perfectly good illusion, because all art, in a way, is a creation of illusion. On a stage, the actor plays, and Hindus think of the world by analogy with drama. The whole thing is a big act. And there is one actor behind the whole thing, which is you. Not you in the sense of your so-called empirical ego, not you as you imagine yourself and as you ordinarily sense yourself to be, but what is really and truly you at a much deeper level. But you see, when we use the word game or play in English, we usually tend to mean that it's something trivial. You see, we divide life very strictly into play and work. Other peoples don't do this. And that's one of the shatteringly awful features of our culture, this division of play and work. So that most people are working at tasks which they hate, so that they can make enough money to stop doing it and play. Now, this is perfectly ridiculous. Nobody needs to do that. Because what you get with work done in this way, done heartlessly and without joy, is money. And what can you do with it? Supposing you do earn time to spare and money to spend, what is there to buy with it? The answer is the other fake and joyless products made by other people who hate their work. So there is a certain phoniness, a certain lack of essential quality in almost all the work that we perform, because the work is done not for the work but for money, and play is considered something separate from work. Work is serious. Play is not serious. In fact, we have a strange incapacity to play at all, because we always, especially in the United States, play with an ulterior motive. That is to say, play is good for you. And we do everything because it's good for us, because we judge the physical world with, without our senses,